Hello, 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 hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can you guys hear me? Union Singer, welcome. It's been a while, man. How you been? And then Saito, aka Haseo. What's up, folks? Let me know if you both can hear me. Yeah, I just want to confirm if you both can, if you're both able to hear me. Yeah, it looks like my voice thing is working nicely, at least. And sometimes there might be a short delay with the voice movements on the screen. The background music. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, as I mentioned a little briefly to Haseo earlier, I have a little something that I have recently just, let's just say I conjured up a bit of something. Let me, you see that? I don't know, but it might get you a little excited there, Haseo. You read what it says? Yeah, I mean, it's as much as I can put it on the screen, so I don't want to be too small. But it says, if you can see it, great. If not, I mean, I'll have to try to make it zoom in. I might have to zoom in a little more, but I can only like bring up so much on the screen. So I probably have in this corner right here. One of these days, I'll try to see if I can I'll create like a separate overlay screen, so that way this will show more better. This is just how I have it. It's in this corner right here. But what do you see on there? You notice? This is my case file notes. I've been thinking about something since I was playing Tales of Berseria yesterday, and I'm continuing this morning. You probably have an idea what I've been thinking about, Haseo. Maybe just by reading this, you could probably tell. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about it. First off, I said like I'm like a detective. I investigate stories while I'm playing games. In most cases, I'm mostly investigating the themes and the motives in games. But I also did this one as a little test. So you might actually like this a little bit here. So the case file is, you see the thumbs up? There you go. See? You're going to love this. You're going to love this, okay? Now, just to let you know, I got my theories, I got stuff, so it's not like I have all the answers. Remember, I'm still new to this game. I'm at a point right now in the game, so just so you know where I'm at. I'm at the point where in Tales of Berseria, we're fishing we're on a ship, the pirate ship, Eisen ship, and we're out in the open sea fishing for a Therion. We suspect the Therion might be a fish. For those who play Tales of Berseria. So that's where we're at. Now, I did some mental digging. I did some thinking. So, the case file is referred to as the Scarlet Knight and the Vessel. There's a reason why that's called the case file. I could have just had it be just, the case file is Tales of Berseria, but it's just called the Scarlet Knight. There's a reason why it's called the Scarlet Knight and the Vessel. Across all mediums. 42. 42 is the answer. How did you know? Great, now it's spoiled. Thanks a lot. No, oh, we're just having fun, folks. Yeah, we're just having fun. But I'm just recording this just to kind of take a look so I know how I do this, so that way, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a setup where I do an overlay and I have notes, and it'll be thematic case file investigations mostly. This is just a test for like story investigation in terms of like what's happening in the plot. Now I might do this for fun from time to time. Yeah, if you don't mind if I do this for fun, let me know in the chat. You know, because I could keep doing something like this, but definitely I'll be doing a theme version, because that's what I'm mostly investigating in these games, is the themes. So, and I happen to have a theme note next in a moment. You'll see in a moment. But right now, let's just look at this. Yeah, I know, 42. Oh my gosh. I know, man. Like, ah! Anyway, that was a good one. Case file. So the case file is Scarlet Knight and the Vessel. There's a reason why I said the Vessel. There's a reason why I said the Vessel, Hostel. You kind of have an idea. But the relationship between, so the subject is the relationship between Velvet, Arcturus, and the Therian. I know you can't see it because it's kind of, you know, but it's the Therian candidates. I mean, you'll barely see it, but it's okay. But it's the Therian candidates. I don't want it to cover my face too much, so let's I keep trying to get off my chair. I'm not trying to leave my chair. I want to stay in the chair. There ain't no reason to leave off the chair. So, you know, it kind of looks odd, but it's as best as I can do. We'll just have it like this or so. So even if I'll just read it myself, so you don't have to. So even if you can't read it, that's fine. Well, since the first playthrough, first in the beginning, yeah, but not later. Not well in the beginning, yeah. Are you suggesting that we're gonna visit it again? I'm only made it so far, so yeah. So let's So where I'm at right now is the open ocean with hunting Ethereon in the sea. So I don't know about that. I don't know if we're visiting a room again or not. So just note that's where I'm at. So that way we want to avoid any. Because I want to be careful to avoid any like spoilers if there's something that comes later I don't know about. So I'm only observing the things that I got to up to this point. If we visit her room again, I would like to see it again. But right now, it looks like the only time I ever visited her room was from the very beginning of the game, and it was a flashback. So I haven't seen her room since. But we'll see. We'll see how further I get in the game. We'll see how far I can get. See if that happens. And I might even get more info. Okay. So y'all ready? Here we go. So here's the first clue. The ritual of the Scarlet Knight. There was one thing a long-nosed man sitting at a desk. Oh, it was Kafka. I knew it. If you know who Kafka is, you know, you know which Final Fantasy I'm referring to. Anyway, there might have been a soothing song in the background, maybe, but a long-nosed man sitting at the desk, perhaps. Maybe if it might have been Kafka. Might have been Kafka. Anyway, the younger brother's behavior during the service, the act, because here's the thing, during the sacrifice. Sorry, I think I told Haseo this, and I realized something. It brought me back to memory of that, because I remember I said it before. here's my deduction. I don't think the act was a forced execution. The act may not have been a forced execution because there are signs of voluntary agency. And you want to know how I know that? When they were both over there and she was like, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know what the brother said? I don't remember what the brother said. He's like, no, he's like, he's telling her, no, stay back, get out of here, stay back. He did not want her to come near where they both were at. He did not want her to come near where they were both at. If the brother was any trouble by Artorias, he either would have been like, yo, save me, or he would have been like, yo, be careful, this guy, no. He's like, no, stay back. And when he brings out his sword, you know what the brother does? He kneels down, willing in acceptance. He doesn't run away. He doesn't leave. He stays where he is, and he closes his eyes. So my theory came to this. The brother might have offered himself up willingly to Artorias for a purpose yet unknown. That's my theory. One of the things I didn't really think about is how Velvet viewed it. Remember throughout the whole story, Velvet kept viewing it like, I think here's a way. Is there? Well, I can't move the chair. Yeah, I wish I could move the chair for the far left. Yeah, I'll eventually create something where I'll have this set up more clearly. Where what it will be is like I'll be on the left side of the overlay, and then the notes will be on the right side. That way, you'll be able to clearly see everything. But yeah, this is just what I have so far. Eventually, I will design that. I might be able to design something like that. Yeah, we'll see once I get that ready. Yeah, but how's everything going so far? How are you liking this so far? How are things sounding and looking so far? But this is my theory. The brother might have offered himself up willing to Artorias for a purpose yet unknown. The thing is, it's a purpose yet unknown. But I can say he offered himself up. I say it with confidence because the way he acted throughout that and how he just stood there ready to receive whatever Artorias was about to do, the boy could have just ran. The boy didn't run away. The boy didn't leave. The boy was ready for whatever Artorias was about to do. And one thing I have to remember is that the boy was sick. And I remember the boy's interaction with her. And the one thing I'm thinking to myself is, did the boy have a decision that they were trying to make this whole time and I didn't really notice? Or she didn't really notice, Velvet didn't notice? I was observing the boy and I was wondering, the boy didn't want to be in this state, did he? He wanted to find a way out of it. And I'm not talking about like, the other word. No, I'm talking about like, Artorias probably had an offer. A solution that he looked into. That's Innominat. That's Innominat. There's something about this that leads to me to the next part of this. You ready? Let's see if I can go to it. You're going to find this one very interesting. Dun, da, 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 da. This is clue number B. The Laficette resonance. The boy currently in the party, Fee Laficette, and reacted. They reacted physically to the innominate symbol. I remember that incident when the symbol started glowing. The very moment the boy was resisting the control of that one of Oscar's sister. If you remember that scene, and y'all remember that scene, if you play the game, you probably know what scene I'm talking about. When they went to go challenge Artorias for the first time, right? And whoa. Excuse me, I had this delicious I made this nice little mixed drink with fruit, frozen fruit and everything. It's good. It's a protein drink. It's a fruit smoothie kind of drink, but it's healthy and it's good. It's delicious, bro. What a way to start a morning, right? So, I call it the Laphicet resonance for a reason. Because that symbol activated with the boy. And Artorias wants the boy. I don't think her calling the boy Laphicet was I think to her, Velvet, it might be just he just reminds her of her brother. You know what's so significant about that name? One who lives. This is not a mechanical accident. That's the deduction. There's a deep inherent link between this, Malik, and the entity known as Innominat. There is. Are you ready for the theory that I just came up with? That I just had to really think about? Like, you guys ready? I hope y'all ready. Let me know if... Well, here, let me know what are... I mean, what, you know, you guys... Look, I've seen people communicate without spoiling. It's not that hard. Let me know your initial thoughts regarding the Scarlet Knight when you played. Like, what were your initial thoughts when y'all saw the Scarlet Knight? And what were your initial thoughts when you saw, for the first time, the Malik, Fee, who is known as, who Velvet calls Laphicet, when the symbol activated? Because when I saw that, I knew there was something about that. I was like, there's a reason why that happened. That means the boy is connected to the Nominat in some way. That's not accidental. That means there's a connection between the boy in this world and Innominat. The Earth Pulse, the Therions. He's connected to a Nominat in some way. But I don't think calling him Laphicet was accidental. Was coincidence. Because I'm about to show my theory in a moment. You fastened your seatbelt? Oh boy. What did y'all think of? Let's talk about, what did y'all think of that scene, that Scarlet Knight scene and everything? Like if you were to say it, like what you because it's not like it felt intense, like it was so tense, it was just like, what the heck is going on? Because when I first saw that, I was like, oh my god. But from then on, me looking, I've been telling Haseo for a while now, I mean, I don't like, you know, like the what's going on within the realms of what the Abbey's doing and stuff. And I just witnessed what happened with the little girl Therion and her mother. And the way Oscar talked about it made me say, could someone knock this guy out already? And Velvet roundhouse kicked him in the face. I said, good. So I don't clearly like much of the Abbey because there are hidden signs of corruptive tendencies and directions and stuff. And I get why they want to try to be like, well, no emotion because of the impure emotion thing. But I think their view is one-sided and it's not clear. You were pretty much like Velvet? Yeah. I think this was intended to us to get us to feel for Velvet, to think like Velvet, to see like Velvet. But that's the thing. It was done in a way where you see Velvet, you look, you think like, okay, look at what's happening. It just only when you like look for a minute, you're just like, well, wait a minute. The boy looked like, because I was honest when I said the boy looked like he voluntarily sacrificed himself. This was a voluntary agency of sacrifice. But because it's a little boy, see, this is the problem though. This is the moral dilemma. It's a little boy, and that's an adult. And so, you know what came to my mind? I also kept thinking, did he just manipulate this boy? Yeah. Did he just manipulate this boy? Took advantage of this boy to believing and thinking this would work, you know? Yeah, I also felt for Velvet. The event elicited a strong emotional connection and response. Right. The Abbey is the Jedi Order. There is no emotion there. It's peace. It's peace, but without the emotion. But here's the funny thing. You can't hide and get rid of emotions. Because that's actually humanity. So if you want to get rid of emotions to attain peace, here's the problem. There is a fundamental problem. Not only you eliminate emotion, it becomes a question of, okay, how many more sacrifices will it take for you to keep that up? Because what if you build a system like that? What if something happens again? Are you gonna have to make another sacrifice? Are we gonna have to say, let's forsake humanity? Let's forsake, are we gonna do that? That's the question. I think Artorias deals with that. On the one hand, one could say I could feel sorry for Artorias, but on the other hand, I don't know the guy. I don't know him well enough to know what's going through his mind. But him being the one in charge, mentor, to sacrifice not only his little brother, but also his sister. Also, oh yeah. Remember the thing with, remember Cecilia? Sears was Cecilia? So Celissa, the sister of Velvet. Remember that incident? Yesterday I was telling Jose, I was like, that really pissed me off. To no end, because I remembered that. Because it's like, and she was like, I'm letting you go because she saw what was going on with him. And she's like, you know what? I'm setting you free. So that means that lets you know that there's an internal conflict that's stirring up right now. It ain't just because of Velvet. You know what else? There's no suspicion. I'm going to tell y'all anyway. I'm going to say it with a brief hint. Well, I'll say the name. You ready? Yeah, his wife and brother-in-law. There we go. Yeah. Jeez Louise, bro. I'm going to say another suspicion. Don't worry, I'll say the theory in a moment. I'm teasing, I'm messing with y'all, but I love this dialogue. You see what's happening? This dialogue that's happening? This is what I'm going to be doing from now on. But, you know, I don't know if I want to do it just on the story aspect, but I'm going to do it on both themes, motives, and then if I want to, theories, and then also if I want to do it with the, you know, the story plot, that's going to be combined in some way. So I'm going to do a little bit of this, but it'll be like a review thing sometimes. So I'll try to incorporate a little bit more. Kind of want to make this a little bit more fun. I mean, dude, I'm a detective. Of course I want to do this. So basically, her name is Maggie Lou. She was an exorcist. But I don't know what her position was. I don't know what happened to her. But the way she talks, she's sort of a unreliable narrator. You have to pay attention to how she talks on different things, especially the Abbey. But you know what else is really fascinating? The expression on her face when Eleanor, witnessing her retrieve Bienfu, Eleanor said, wow, that looks like that's the power of exorcist. But Maggie looked like she was pissed, frustrated, irritated. Which means something had to happen when she was an exorcist that really pissed her off. You don't leave unless something serious happened. It could have been that she may have also uncovered the truth about the Abbey, their operations. She probably witnessed, experienced something that really got her saying, nope, I'm out of here. And I don't think her calling herself a witch is just like accident, like, oh, like she's called herself a witch. Witch tends to mean that usually you think it's like it's spoken like a disdain, you know, like in the matter of the context of the game, it's like a disdain. It's almost like saying it's outcast. Cast it out. Like making herself a witch is like almost like a position of, I don't want to associate, I don't want to have anything to do with the other side. I want to be considered an outcast. I want to be considered someone of either a threat or someone who's just of different power, different direction. But I don't think her calling herself a witch is coincident. I think it's serious. It's a serious label. Give me thumbs up if you think I kind of am getting somewhere. Not to say like spoil it, but just let me know if let me know if I'm getting somewhere with what I'm saying. Anyway, like you could, you know, it could be like a thumbs up. It could be like a bell. It could be like it could be like you're getting somewhere. You can let me know. Oh, you're just getting somewhere. You know, even if you just let me know that. But I think hers kind of started getting more clarity on that because I was starting to realize, yeah, you were an exorcist, but something happened. And with whom and with who and what happened. All right, so now the theory. Okay. Let me see, I'll just show it here. Reed, can you see that? Let me zoom in. Let me zoom into that. This is where it gets serious. Can you see that? That's my theory. I don't think her brother... I think his physical body went in there, but his consciousness, his spirit, his soul might have been scattered. Something about that sacrifice doesn't scream. See, real difficulty. Nice. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah. And these are just theories. Doesn't mean this is the answer. This is just a theory. A game theory. Oh god, I missed that guy. So I know he since retired. I know they have another, I think a buddy of his or something that took over the channel. But you know what else? Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. I know I've heard that Chuck Norris had passed away very recently. So portions of the brother's essence or resonance may be fractured to distributed across different vessels. Perhaps Laffy said, you can say they did die, but not in the, but in a sense where the physical body may have gone in there, but yeah, he recently passed away. I found out yesterday, man. Yeah, 80 died at 80, somewhere between 80, somewhere from 80, I think 84, 85. I think it's 86. He was in his 80s when he passed. Excuse me. Yeah, so that's what I think about. Is that yeah, 86. Thank you. Yeah, it was 86. So may he rest in peace, man. Definitely American. He's definitely an icon in America, in the West, man. He like on the films, the shows. Walker, Texas Ranger. Trained under. He got some training under Bruce Lee. He even fought Bruce Lee in one of his films. Yeah, he died on the 10th. I think it was like sudden. I don't know if it was like. I think it was like a sudden, peaceful kind of passing. Yeah. So I remember all the jokes with Chuck Norris. People because they say how good he is. Well, you know, like for example, the boogeyman, before he goes to sleep, he always checks the closet for Chuck Norris. I remember all those things, all those Chuck Norris jokes. But let's get right back on topic, so you can, because eventually I'm going to be playing the game, continuing. So I want to kind of get through this a bit. But yeah, may he rest in peace, man. Portion. So I suspect that perhaps Laffy set his essence, his spirit, his soul, whatever is remained of him. Maybe the term could be resonance, maybe could be fractured, distributed across different vessels. There you go. Now that GPS will listen. Exactly. So this is the theory that I'm stuck with right now. It's just the thing with Internet and Laffy set really ticked me off on that point, and it's kind of getting me to wonder. And when even Notorious is like, you know, you named the boy Laffy set, are you straight for? And so my mind is just thinking, could Laffy set be somewhat in some way alive, existing within the space in between or whatnot, in some way that Inomat is in connection with that? Okay. All right, so you made the correction there. Yeah, because I was like, I was like, oh, right. Because I was like, wait, because you said the 10th. I was like, wait, the 10th? I remember it being no. What are we talking about? No, the 19th. There you go. Yeah, I kind of first because I didn't pay attention myself, and then when you made it, I was like, oh wait, okay, so we kind of both made that mistake. Yeah, it was the 19th when he passed. Yeah, the 10th was his birthday, so it was 9 days after his birthday. Wow. All right, so here's an interesting one. The nature of a nominat. So my observation is that the abbeys focus on reason and the suppression of malevolence. So my deduction is that if the brother became, if clue B is correct and the brother did become part of the nominat, the Imperium's will might be tied to the brother's own desires or final thoughts. Remember the condition he was in the very beginning. That means whatever the brother was thinking about, perhaps that's what the Imperium's will is very much tied to. Malevolence or maleficent? I have to ask Maleficent and kind of wonder why her brother is messing around with humanity. You know what I mean? Why is her brother Malevolence messing around? He needs to be back in their world. He needs to be going do something else. What is he doing messing around with human beings? Or it's like it's her brother. Malevolence. Or Malevolence might not be trying to do anything bad. Malevolence might be just running around touring the place, and then like there probably might be like a elegant, like, you know, it's really weird. I'm just traveling, but people seem to be turning to beasts for some reason. Like yeah, but so maybe the Imperium's will is probably Artorias' way of fulfilling the little boy's final wishes or desires. Like the wishes or desires of I wouldn't say the boy's like like the boy was sick, but I don't know if it like it was sick, so I don't know if they were like dying or anything, but you know, the whole like, fulfilling the fulfillment of desire, the will of a dying child, or that, like, you know, that type of statement, which makes this even more this makes this even more melancholic. You know what I mean by that phrasing? Melancholy. This makes it more melancholic, though. Just by that. This deduction makes it more melancholic. I mean, that's how I phrase it. I don't know if that's the right word I would use. It just makes it more sad and melancholic. Then. But, as we go further, you're about ready to hear this theory. And this is about Velvet's quest for vengeance. You ready? Velvet's quest for vengeance is built on a narrative that ignores the brother's potential choice. I had to think of that one. Because another thing that I would also look at that, even I could look at my own theory and say, well, but this is a little boy, though. And the little boy has to depend on is only able to make choices, but they're not how can you say they're of mature age to make such a choice in the first place? If that be the case, how can we sit there and say, and not say also, this is me challenging my own theory. How can we not say also that maybe what if it was just a matter of manipulation and Artorias getting whatever he wanted? Why not that? Or it was joint. Maybe Artorias resisted at first, or maybe Artorias, trying to find what he could, brought it to the attention of the boy. But the only thing that's missing right now is what actually the dialogue was between Artorias and the boy before the Scarlet Night. That's the only info I am missing. If I can get that info, then I can determine whether or not this theory is correct or not. And then the other theory that's challenging it. So I have to see which one is correct if I just can get the info of what they actually said and what was actually communicated between Artorias and Laphicet. Because I don't know that, I don't know what was going through their minds. I know it was a desire to try to put the end of this Malevolence in some way, summoning Imanominat, but I want to know what was the actual exchange before the Scarlet Night took place. Then I could decide whether or not if it's something along the lines of, was it an intentionally conscious, voluntary matter, or was it actual manipulative influence? Because this is a little boy who's sick. This is a little child, so that's why it's also morally concerning, because it's like, this is a little kid. So if it was an adult, that's a different thing. You know what I'm in the scenario I'm talking about when I say it was an adult? It's that type of scenario where, like, let's say adult, if it was adult, it'd be like, listen, stay over there. There's only one thing we got to do. I'm going to sacrifice myself. No, don't do it. Listen, there's no other way. If it was that type of thing and that dialogue happened, this was adults, that would be a different story. That would be a different story. But this was done the way it was with this kid. So that's where we're left with. So the only thing I need to find out is, what was the exchange before the sacrifice happened, because that's the only info that's missing. And then I'll punch Artorias in the face afterwards. I know. I'm just I'm being funny there, but in all seriousness, yes, that's the only, I mean, if whatever this game throws at me, if I could just get some of that info in some way, some detail that will reveal it, then I'll know whether or not if this theory is true or not. This theory kind of falls back to Clue B's theory about the whole distribution and fracturing of Laphicet, which means the end goal, sounds to me, is to have Laphicet's essence into Innominat. Which kind of now is getting me to the question of, are you trying to make... Which it's giving me another question. Are you trying to make anime... Are you trying to have Laphicet be a bit... Well, not Laphicet himself, but like maybe with the influence of the essence, become godlike? That's another theory. So I gotta find out as I play. I gotta look out for more clues. But please let me know if this is getting y'all excited with how I'm doing. I mean, I am officially now supposed to be doing the detective work that I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, I've just been playing games I just been talking, and I was like, I want to do some detective work, like literally like a detective, and this is me actually being the detective. So let me know your thoughts, comments regarding on how I'm doing my little detective line of work. But here are some, and this is going to lead to some very unresolved questions for myself to think about as I play. Got the thumbs up from Haseo. Nice, nice. So here's the question. If the brother is around in portions, where in the world is the primary consciousness? Presuming, if we were to say in that theory is true, and that his essence and his pieces is scattered abroad somewhere within that realm, and gave a thumbs up, Sherlock Holmes would be happy about this. And then Sherlock Holmes would punch Artorias in the face. I keep making that. I know. I keep saying. I just want to put that at the end there because you know what detectives would call this type of case when it comes to dealing with someone like Artorias. You know what they call him? A nut job. At least that's how I would see it. They might call him a nut job. And if you know what a nut job is, yeah. But this is not to say that he is, and this is not me saying like, oh, he's like this. No. It's just I'm just messing with you. But what I'm saying is that once I find out what was the exchange between, I'll begin to understand more. And it's not to say like I'll blame Artorias, but it's just like now here's the one that really is why I might probably want to punch it. I'm sure there are other contexts. I get it, so I understand. But yeah, I remember Wesker's son in I mean I played a little bit of Resident Evil 6. I don't recommend Resident Evil 6 honestly, but I remember they introduced apparently Wesker's son, and because Albert Wesker had a son apparently, and he's like a mercenary, but he fights really good and everything. Yeah, he's really good, and he apparently has he has fighting capabilities and stuff. And I remember, what did he say? Because he found out about his dad, and he said this. See, I always thought dear old dad was just a deadbeat father, just went up and just leave his wife and child alone. Instead, he was just a freaking nut job that tried to destroy the whole planet. Like, that's pretty much what he just tried to destroy the city. This is what he said. Oh my gosh, Albert Wesker, man. Anyway, why does Artorias remain silent regarding the brother's intent? Maybe the brother didn't want her to know what was on his mind. Maybe when he said whatever he said to Artorias, maybe he didn't want him to tell her. But here's the thing. He's the type of guy that if I ever front him in the end and I punch him, I'd probably be like, yeah, you should have told her, dummy. Because look at where we are. Like, what do you think? Of course she's going to be upset and frustrated. Of course she's going to be like this. She's been looking at her brother for what? And you go and pull this? See, that's the conflict. See, the issue isn't whether or not, it isn't just like, okay, the brother may have had his choice, his will. I get it. But at the end of the day, that's her brother. And you can't be silent on that. She definitely has a right to know. And she will find out eventually. Now, of course, you could say, like, maybe because she's so enraged, or she probably might not. Well, I mean, she's literally been like, I don't know. She just witnessed what happened. She wasn't informed of anything. How do you expect her to react? This is family. This is family. How do you expect the person to react? This stuff is going to address to him at the end. And once I find out, you know, I will address it differently, but it'll be in a way that still hits home. But I'll do it in my detective lingo noirist style. You will hear it. It'll be fun. What is the true cost of reason if it requires a sacrifice of this magnitude? That's a very serious question. For such a sacrifice like this, what is the true cost of reason? That's the question. That's the question. Yeah, so that's like the stuff. And then this is like my little theme thing. I took a lens, philosophical, symbolic. I mean, yeah, I am a Christian, so of course I'm going to be like, but I'm mostly going to be looking at, well, what, so I'm mostly going to, yeah, so I'm mostly going to be looking at a lot of lenses, a lot of things. The things about like reason versus emotion, stuff like that, so to speak. And this is something I'm still working on, but to kind of give you the obvious theme here, reason versus emotion is the obvious. The Abbey represents the absolute reason, the order, the logic, sacrifice for the greater good, you know, all that jazz. While Velvet's party represents emotion, chaos, individual will, personal desire. I mean, it's just pretty obvious at this point. Now, this is something that I also kind of thought about. I've played other Tales of games, so it kind of got me like, it kind of got me thinking about like how like it's almost like the protagonist is like, because you know, you heard the phrase like Lord of Calamity, it's almost like the protagonist is like this. It's almost like they're considered to be like, oh, they're here to cause trouble, destruction, calamity, you know, that sort of thing. It's some kind of interesting pattern. Or like it's like they're outside of what is considered to be justifiable, so to speak. So this explores whether a villainous path can lead to a necessary outcome when justice becomes tyrannical. You want to know which game does this the most? Explores this? Tales of Vesperia. In Tales of Vesperia, if anyone can remember, y'all, I'm sure y'all, I played Tales of Vesperia, so we know who it is. The main character, what was his name again? Dang it. Now, first I had his name in my head. Now it just went and blinked out. Yuri. Yes, Yuri Lowell. His path was this. I will take the life of those who have committed such ill wrongs and things. It was your first entry into the Tale series, right? Yeah, Yuri Lowell. So y'all know this definitely is his stick, the gray hero. But, you know, when you think about it, Velvet and Yuri are kind of in their own right similar in a way, in a sense. A little different scenario, but almost quite the gray hero. Lord of Calamity. Here to cause trouble. But you could understand where they're coming from. I like the dichotomy that goes on in Tales of Vesperia, where you have Yuri as the guy who wants to seek justice by his own hands. Because, you know, in the world of Vesperia, the kingdoms and stuff, the powers that be, are not, they're not considered to be actual justice. They're considered corrupt. They're tyrannical. They're like, yeah, no, like they're the opposite of what is good. So he's willing to take that goodness into his own hands by exacting vengeance and taking out those who were not being justifiably charged. I remember there was like a few people that he actually took out. The guy on the bridge that shouted Dane Nomos before he fell into the water after Yuri stabbed him. That one guy who would enslave and treat people so poorly, very awful individual. You didn't really get to fight him in the game, sadly, but like you had confrontations, and then eventually Yuri confronted him officially for good, fighting him, and then he the guy fled and he went into like a quicksand. And Yuri said that because the guy, he's like begging me, help, please help. And Yuri said, huh? And yet you ignored the cries of those who you enslaved. And it was quiet. And then the guy screamed and he disappeared into the quicksand. So villainous path can lead to a necessary when justice becomes tyrannical. That's pretty much an obvious thing that does occur. The gray hero. I wouldn't say the morally gray hero, but like, yeah, the idea that you have the person who, and Yuri's awesome. Yuri is really something, but I feel for him. I understand why he takes the path he does. And I also like the dichotomy because Yuri's that path. Times you heard those very words. His exact words were, tell me, how many times have you heard those very words? Oh, there we go. That's what he said to him. So epic, man. And so tried and true. It's like you heard those cries. You heard it so many times. And what did you do? You ignored them. You mocked them. You have everything. You think I'm going to actually help you? Like, this is it. That's particularly what Yuri said to him. You know when the most heartwarming moment was? When Yuri, well, I can't move. Wait, the chair's not separate, is it? Is it? No, I think it's just, let me see. No, I think the chair is part of the image. Well, I'm part of it. Yay, no, there we go. Oh, but it moves the purple thing. Never mind. It will move the other background. It will move the purple background. The chair wouldn't be able to move alone. I thought the chair would be alone, but I guess not. Because it will move that purple thing. I think what I'll do is if I wanted to, I could probably have the chair separate. But yeah, I'll come up with something and I'll make a good overlay for this. Yeah. But it was the moment when he was traveling to go deal with Alexei and the situation with Alexei and um, Estelle, because she was gonna be used as a child of light by Alexei. And you know what happened when he went into the forest? He rested because he went by himself. Um, hmm. um, and what happened is he woke up and he found what's the boy's name? I know I'm trying to remember everybody's names. I know there's Estelle, Yuri, Raven, Rita Mordio, Judith, darling. But I'm trying to remember the other person. What's their the boy? Oh, Carol. I got it. Carol was starting to hit at him. He's like, you idiot. He's like, what's going on? And then everyone started attacking the boy. Started attacking him. Rita shot fireballs at him, and people were like, all right, there we go. Okay, here's another one. And then eventually that moment was heartwarming, and I loved it. It was a good emotional because every one of them was like, they were telling him, it's like they were pretty much letting him know, it's like, yo, you want to go on this lone path, and you think this one instance involving someone that each and every one of them know that's been with them in this journey for so long, you think you want to go and carry this burden yourself? That's pretty much what they were telling Yuri. It's like, you want to carry this burden yourself? This decision alone? Because you do this decision? Not with her? No, we're going along. We're doing this together. That was a good moment. And Yuri was smiling. He's like, you know what? Yeah, let's go. Like, he couldn't win that argument because it's like, bro, you do this lone stuff, but we're all on this journey, and you want to sit here and be the lone hero going out, making this decision on your own for someone that you know that we all have grown close to. It's like, stop thinking about yourself. Get it? Stop thinking about yourself. Like, dude, we have to make this decision together. It's not just you. That was I don't remember the exact words that are said, but it was something along those lines. And Yuri was impressed. Yuri was just like, wow. He's like, you know what? You're right, guys. Let's go. And then they all went. Luckily, they didn't have to do anything to Estelle, but they freed her. We freed her. And I used her mother's memento I found out using the mother's memento. I found out on my own that when you use her memento in battle, it releases the shield over her. And then, yeah. Yeah, so. What's up? I can't hear you. What? Oh, hold on just a minute. Yeah. I'm going to be right back for a moment. I'll let y'all think about things. I'll be right back. was like, whoops, wrong screen. So I'm just gonna wrap this up real quick so that way you won't see to it, and then I'll just leave this alone. And there's other things I'll be looking into a little bit later just to investigate. But so responding to your message there, because I know you left the message there, Union Singer. So let me read it real quick. Is that okay? On a kind of similar, a young man in Texas rescued a child that fell out of a second-story window. He was just passing by and happened to witness event and acted accordingly. The little boy's mom sued the young man for $500,000. What? In the end, the young man was awarded $50K, and the presiding judge asked the plaintiff, "What the is wrong with you?" I would say the same thing. I'd be like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" It reminds me of a case of a woman who was apparently drowning and that got rescued by someone who helped them kind of save them from drowning and stuff, and CPR. And then the woman charged him, tried to accuse them of sexual harassment or something of that nature. I don't think she lost. I think she lost that, but it was just like, are either they're greedy or what would drive you to go do something like that? What's going on within your heart? Like, what would drive a person to actually do something so stupid like that? What in the world is wrong with some people? Like, it's like, what's going on? You know what I mean? You and Singer, like, what in the world's happening? And then Malevolence, a physical manifestation of human sin, because in the game they mentioned it like it was sin. Human sin and negative emotions. Suggests that the darker side of humanity cannot be simply deleted without losing humanity itself. That's the suggestion. But ultimately, in the end, what I care about is what is the solution in this game's world. So that's what we're gonna be investigating. First things first, let me see, where's the... So y'all good over there? Everything's going good? Yeah, so so that part with what did I mention again? Was it Malevolence? Yeah, it was let me just say it one more time. Yeah, it's a physical manifestation of human sin and negative emotions. Suggests that the darker side of humanity cannot simply be deleted without losing humanity itself. That's the big concept that seems to be going on in this world. And that's what I'm investigating. This phenomenon. Yeah, let me see your statement there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, I get it. Society is sending a rather bad message. So after careful consideration, I decided to respond in the following manner. I won't be a good Samaritan for a random passerby. I don't want to regret saving a life. That's the message. That's the message that's being sent out. My response to that is don't do that. But at the same time, I have a wisdom I say is this. Here's a wisdom bit. It's not that whether or not you should be a good Samaritan and help people. I say still help people, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it without discernment, without wisdom, without careful observation, without careful consideration. Because the careful consideration isn't just whether or not if you should save someone. It's what can I understand about this scenario here to know for certain how this person might react, respond, or what they do. Because I can understand the air of being cautious. It's something I also have thought about another game that I'm playing called Scarlet Nexus a bit, is that The idea of like the connection, the unity of people over very overt serious matters, like, I don't know, government experimentations, all that stuff, because of what's happening in that game. But how the group is staying together and staying the course, even though their lives are at risk. You know, when it comes to that particular case, what I learned a long time ago is, or what I got to learn from that is, it's like, you be wary of the company you keep. And when you show up for people, friends, family, those close to you, even if it's some strangers, there's going to be a change or building within you and another person that could happen. However, that does not mean the person cannot be wise about it, because there are some relationships and there are some sacrifices that are unhealthy. You know what I'm talking about, right? So that's one of the things I got to understand is, yeah, I could befriend people, I can get to know people, but also have air of caution where I go. I exercise wisdom. I can even sense in my spirit when something's off too. Like, you know, okay, let me stay away from that person. So, there's something wrong. Because there are times when you want to be careful, even with relationships, especially with strangers. So it doesn't hurt to be cautious with strangers, whether you choose to help or not. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that every stranger is going to go after you. It just means you have to just exercise discernment with who you decide to interact with. Well, interact with who you decide to do what with or whatnot. In some cases, if it's like a very serious thing, depending on what it is, there could be a case of calling the police. But the question would be, would you let that child who fell out of a second-story window fall down and die, or would you catch them? I would catch them. I don't care what that lady does, because that child's life is on the line. So I say don't be afraid of that. It just, when it comes to some, depending on what it is, you just have to exercise caution. Yeah. I'll go out of my way for close friends and family, but for someone I've never met, it's not my place to take action. That will be on the basis of what is the action and what's going on in this scenario. That's where I kind of sort of agree but disagree with. It depends on the scenario. Depends on what's going on. It doesn't hurt to read the situation and see what's happening before you jump and make your action. Because just because there are a few bad people doesn't mean there's no good person out there. So it just depends on what we look at in our experiences and everything else. It depends on what we see. What you see is what you get. Yeah, not to argue, but just to make a point. Because everybody's going to be different. Yeah. For me, I call it careful observational action. Yeah. The present version of myself would not have taken action, while the event would have been unfortunate and sad for family. At the end of the day, it's got nothing to do with me, and I don't want unnecessary regrets. I'm just getting my things ready. I'll respond to your message in a moment. Let's see. Yeah, let me read what you said. The present version of myself would not have been. Where's my headphones? Version of myself would not have taken action. While the event would have been unfortunate, sad for family, at the end of the day, nothing to do with me. I don't want unnecessary regrets. I don't know what regrets you're referring to there, but anyway, life has taught me that I need to prioritize my interests before I start thinking about someone else. That sounds good on the surface. The only thing is, when it comes to one's interests, and you got family and friends you care about, there will come a time where one's interests might get in the way of family or friends. And then that's where the dilemma comes in. I see this a lot. Where not if a person is going to have to lay down themselves for their friends, that involves even their own self-interest, or their family, or not. Yeah. Yeah. So that's one of the big dilemmas that anybody, like even for yourself, like anybody would end up having to face, because those things can happen where you might have interests, but you might have to lay them down, sacrifice them for friend or even close family members or family close to you because of something that's happening. So once those happen, that's where that decision comes into play. So while I can agree about like having like, you know, you want to prioritize, you want to have things you want to interest, you want to enjoy, you want to engage for yourself, at the same time, it's not just the individual alone. You're going to have people close to you where your interests may have to be set aside. Otherwise, it becomes more utilitarian than just community or anything. But anyway, because those situations can happen. Let me switch up. Why is this come on? Yeah, the regret of saving someone's life is the one thing the regret of saving someone's life. Regret of saving someone's life. That sounds like a very personal thing. I can tell by the way that's being stated. Don't know if maybe you've had like experiences around dealing with that before, because it sounds like you might have. Unless I'm mistaken. Where's the? And you know what's fascinating? The one thing I hear sometimes when because I always hear like you already hear like statements like life gives you lemons or life this or life that, and you know people talk about well this is life, this is life, this is life, and then you hear a phrase like well life is what you make it. I say well it's not just if life is this or that. It's like well how do you see life, and what do you picture? What do you think about when you think of that word? Because then that's going to determine what you see and what you are going to experience and what you're going to take out of it. I remember someone taught me a long time ago that if I ever experience anything in life and, you know, I want to learn from that experience, if I want to learn it deeply, I'll sit down and I will reflect for just a couple, several minutes and be like, okay, what happened? Why did that happen? You know, what took place? How did I react? How did I respond? What did I do? What was my thinking about? Like, what did I, and then see how it went. And then like, do I agree with how it went? What do I think of it overall with what actually happened? And then and then once I discover if it's like, oh, you know what? I made the wrong choice, then I'll change it. If I like, oh no, I did good, then I don't have to worry about changing it. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about changing a thing. It's all on the basis of my thinking. How do I look at it? Is really what comes down to at the end of the day. I don't have any personal experience with saving someone's life and regretting it. Thank God. Okay, good. But reading and hearing about those events really gives me pause for thought. Ah, I see. It kind of gets you to think about it, huh? I think one of the things I would want to take care of if I'm reading any info is look at my own thoughts and understand why do I think the way I do, and do I agree with it or not. We are the ones in charge of whatever thoughts we choose to adopt and whatever thought patterns we choose to have and contain. We can get thoughts that are fleeting. They can come and go, they can leave, you know. They leave, and so not every thought remains, but there would be those where you notice there are patterns. You get like pattern type of thoughts, and I catch them from time to time and be like, "Well," and then I decide, okay, do I really want to think like this or no? And then I change it if it's not how I want to think. But that's a choice I got to make. If I don't change it, that's how I'm gonna think. That's how I'm gonna see things, and I'm gonna act like that's what it is. That to me is what really boils down to how one's life is. Ultimately, is how they see things, how they're grown up, and how they think about things, and so forth. Because we're taught so much in schools and everything, and then next thing you know, you get all these types of thoughts, this type of information, and all you're left with is this is how I think, this is who I am, is this how I want to be, is this who I want to be, who am I, what do I want to do? Some people are left with I don't know what to do, you know, and they're left with no answers and stuff. You know, everybody's in their different walks of life, so I understand. I guess it all boils down to one overarching principle for me, and that is I hate injustice, broadly speaking. Ah, there we go. Yeah, injustice. It's funny. Injustice is kind of like what we're seeing in this game and what we saw in Tales of Vesperia. That's what I like about these games. They address these type of topics in various ways. You know, injustice is just horrible. Sorry, I'm copying Cleveland Brown. It's horrible. It's horrible. Injustice. So horrible. Mm. Yeah, injustice is just. Oof. That's why I have my own. I have my own beliefs. I've come to accept um, what I believe for myself. I know there are people with varying beliefs out there and everything, but like I have my own. I have made my decisions, and I know that there's like that type of issue. Make my thing a little slow. But yeah, I like how this game. So I have to go back out to the ship again because of there was no save point on the ship. Um, oh, I got to. Oh, I got to do that again. Yeah, well, it's fine. It's fine. Hmm. Man, so I like how these games kind of address those type of topics. To kind of say like, what to do. Like, you're dealing with this, that, and Oh yeah, I don't think I've even got a chance to talk with you. Or I didn't say when I was talking to this guy. Yeah, I guess I didn't save when I was talking to this guy. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh wait, I was wondering what was happening. Here we go. Thank you. Yeah, here's an example of an injustice a friend of mine told me in a recent tournament I play it every week. Ooh. Let's see. Her son's wife cheated on him, and he was forced to pay $750,000 in alimony. Hmm. So her son's wife cheated on him, and he was forced to pay $750,000 in alimony. It would be great if I know the full story of that and see like all the intricate details of how that took place. Not surprising if there are very because one thing that games also address the stipulative realization in humanity. Those who wish to do harm, who wish to cause evil, who wish to do wrong, and those who wish to do right. The difference is that the one who wishes to do right would overturn that and say, no, he's not paying that. Yeah, I would have loved to know the full story of that. Maybe there's like a news. I don't know if there's a news report on that. So, that's crazy. But it ain't the first time I've heard of some strange occurrences. Um, the hearts of man, the hearts of mankind. One could be for good, the other could be for evil. If the person allows themselves to go that route, and if they do, unfortunately, that's what they're going to end up doing, which is wrong. There are going to be those that are going to want to do those things all for what? I want some more of this. I want more money, 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 money. Or I want to do this, I want to do that. You know, you got people that are gonna act, they're gonna do that. Even those in like certain power seats. You can understand why people resonate with Yuri. It's no surprise. The vigilante. Because that's what he does. Not saying you should be Yuri, but you know, like the resonance, you could feel it. But it feel for a lot of people.
で、どうするの？
地脈は大地を流れている自然の力。そして地脈点は
Yeah, I saw that stipulation in the Law and Order episode. Yeah, if white cheats, she gets nothing. Actually, hold up. Let me look something.
近づかなくても感じたんだ。昨日ここに来た時、ずっと先にもここと同じ場所があるって。
地脈を通じて離れた地脈点を探知できるのか？
多分どこまでやれるか、クーマがいるかどうかはわからないけど。
それでも重要な手がかりをお願い、試してみて。どう？
はっきり感じた。地脈点は何十個もあるけど、特に大きいのをいくつか見つけたよ。
大きさまで感じ取れるのか？
うん。この島の地脈点も他より大きいみたい。
Matter of fact, I just did it. So I just did a little research for a moment for you, Union Singer.
虫がいたワーグジュリンと
You'll be amazed to hear this. After this, I'll tell you. It's really fascinating. You'll be amazed to hear this.
残るクーマは3体。数が絞り込めれば、総
Now,
当た
the
りもできますね。
Therions and the Earth Pulse.
お手柄だぞ、ライフセット。
Definitely connected to Inomat, obviously, but
やはり棒はただものではなさすぎるの。
そんなことないや。
善は急げです。クーマ探しの準備をしましょう。わしらは全然善じゃないがの。
It's not the badness in this case. I'm gonna pause a little bit. Yeah, just to tell you, so apparently, what the situation you're describing there, Ian Sanger, if that happened, it depends on the jurisdiction. It may have happened either in a no fault state or a fault based state. Each jurisdiction is going to be different. So they're going to have what you call like no fault states where like the court will focus only on financial factors and may like income, length of marriage, standard of living, rather than marital misconduct. So in these jurisdictions, cheating typically has no direct impact on alimony eligibility or amount. Now, in fault-based states, apparently, judges have more discretion. So the states that are fault-based, they have specific statutes where proven adultery can bar a cheating spouse from receiving alimony or allow a judge to adjust the amount as a consequence of the misconduct. Additionally, in many jurisdictions, if a spouse used marital funds to refinance an affair, that economic misconduct may be considered when dividing assets or determining support. So it really depends on the state's jurisdiction. That's where that counts. Which means if I were to be strategic, depending on where you live, depending on anything like that, and I would probably, hey, if I would be like, not only get a lawyer, I'd be like, yo, I know about this no fault and fault-based stuff. I know about this. I want to understand the laws of this state. I want to understand what they think about this, what the laws actually apply here. because I really think I need to take this to another state. You know, hey, I would be strategic maneuvering on that, honestly, because it's no surprise that some states, depending on the jurisdiction, may or may not take adultery into account. So I guess it depends on state by state. It's another thing with jurisdiction, laws, legality, state by state jurisdictions. I mean, hey, you ever heard of the whole state by state differences of laws type stuff where some laws are weird, some are funny, some are odd? Yeah, states are going to have their own laws. So apparently states might just have it where they might say, hold up now, since you cheated, you know what, we're going to change this. But some states might not even consider adultery, unfortunately. Yeah. So I guess it just depends on the jurisdiction and state. I don't know what the states are nowadays. I don't know their laws on that type of topic. But this is me acting like a detective, even in real life. If you tell me a story like this, I'm going to look into, well, wait, what state, what jurisdiction? Well, let me find this out. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm not, you know, I'm just researching. That's all I got to say about that. Because whatever went on with that, I don't know. It might have been in a no-fault state. It could be the judge. Could it also be the wrong, not the good influence on that. That could also be another problem. And it's gonna be people at the end of the day, so that's the big thing you have to deal with.
オリハルコンってこの世で一番硬い金属だよね。
太古の遺跡でごく稀に発掘されるレアメタルだな。俺もかけらは見たことがあるが、刀を撃てるほどの塊は聞いたこともない。いや、200年ほど前ある古代遺跡でオリハルコンの塊が発掘されたと。
I know I just started back in the gameplay and I'm already here, but how's the stream for you guys so far? Let me know in the chat how things are going so far.
地の底から海の底へか。
But yeah, Union Singer, that's what I was just researching, that's what apparently just came up. Apparently, I guess it will vary by state to state jurisdiction on something like that. So I guess it's just a matter of what factors they look at in those cases.
ないものねだりしても仕方がない。きっと別にいい材料があるさ。ダイルのくせにまともなことを言う。ダイルのくせにとはなんだよ。
ダイルのくせに怒ってる。
その使い方はおかしいだろ。モアナ。
モアナのくせにおかしいかな。
さて、目的はここと似たをタイタニアから近い順に調べるわよ。方角はどっち？
近い順。
わかった。
I think another concept or understanding that I also see with games like is like what to call call what is injustice versus what is justice is also gets brought up too. Like being careful what you call injustice and what you call justice. You know, I try to make sure to get the facts straight, make sure I get the right info. Otherwise, I might call the wrong thing, you know. Laws and statutes. And then there was someone I knew who was a lawyer. I haven't talked a lot. There are some people I know like different working environments. If I ever had a friend who was a lawyer, I would definitely be asking him, bringing this question. I'd be like, hey, you know, I've heard of this happen. What is your thoughts on this? You know, just to hear the legal side of it, because I don't know I don't know all the legal side. There's only much information available about it, which means that there's more to it than just this happened. At times, a lot of things.
長から聞いてるよ。出航準備は
I'm gonna skip a little bit of the dialogue since I already heard much of what was said here, so I'm just trying to speed through it a little bit. I already heard enough of it yesterday.
ここいくら
針の付け方久しぶりで僕なら
じゃ
Here we go. Okay.
アイゼン、どっちが大物を釣れるか勝負しようぜ。
くだらん。釣りは己と戦うものだ。
おお、眼蓄のある言葉だ。
とはいえ、この竿を試してみたいのも事実。
ああ、わかる。俺もいい刀を持つと無性に切りたくなるからな。
そう。いい道具とは血を騒がせるものだ。
おう、俺の場合は血を降らせるだがな。
どっちも血の気多すぎ。
なんにせよ、どうせ釣るなら勝負した方が血が騒ぐぞ。
いいだろう。相手をしてやる。結果は見えているがな。
ははん。ずいぶんその竿に自信があるようだが、思い通りにいかないのが釣りと人生。いざ尋常に勝負だ。
いつの間にか釣り大会になってる。
Alright, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I also got like a Subway sandwich. His family brought some Subway, so but I'll be right back. Feel free to interact, hang out a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and just use the restroom and stuff, and then I'll come right back on. Okay. I like the little conversations we've been having. It's been very thoughtful, and it's kind of got me to really push the theme a little bit more deeper, you know. I think one of the biggest things I say like really stood out to me is something that just came to my mind and all this is that, you know, it's ironic how this game is showing like the malevolence was caused by apparently quote unquote in the game, as the dialogue said, it said quote unquote sin and human emotion or something like that, corrupt or certain kind of emotions. But it's like there's an ironic statement to that. It's kind of almost poetic. One of the things I learned in my life is like, be careful not to let, you can have emotions, but be careful not to let the emotions drive you to think and act a certain way that could be in the wrong manner. You know, it's easy to get caught up with anger, frustration, everything, but then it's like you might drive yourself to do the wrong things or think the wrong thing about something, you know. And that's one of the things I just come to understand a little more as I was eating it. It's kind of ironic, really. It's not to say that the game is teaching you that. I mean, it's something basic, so it's kind of a basic thing, but it's like almost like a little reminder note. Like, hey, be careful to take control and manage your emotions well, so you don't act all feral like them. You know what I mean? Like it's like a childish kind of wisdom thing, but it's like a child wisdom, but it still is kind of like a resonating like theme kind of in a way. It's kind of interesting how they take that and they put it in this game's concept and story, like it's like that's just kind of the bulk of it, but it takes it to a more deeper matter of reason versus emotion concept. So I think it's kind of a nice little clever little bit there that I kind of just brought up just like, you know, thinking about it. Okay, anyway, be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. So feel free to use chat. We can talk about most things, you know. I mean, what is just things in life, how things are going with you. What else? And also things, thoughts about my theories, you know. Thoughts about like maybe your experience of the game prior to my point. you know, your reactions to certain moments, what were like your favorite moments, anything like that. What your thoughts were on some of the things I said, you know. That sort of thing. It's great because I like having dialogue. This is why I do live streams. I do live streams because I like to dialogue with people. I want to talk to people. I mean, yeah, videos can have comments where I can interact with people. But I think streams are great because I get real-time action experience, real-time dialogue experience. And I admit, I do sometimes feel nervous wanting to talk to strangers online. Like I'm talking to people and I'm like, I don't know, like how do I respond? And I'm always careful with how I respond. I think things through before I say much most of the time. Because I try to be careful because it's like, okay, how do I respond to this person? You know what I mean? It's just my way of just exercising, you know, caution with how I interact. But it's not necessarily because I'm afraid, it's because I just want to learn to communicate well with different kinds of people. Of course, I've gotten my experience of also dealing with troll-like behavior and that type of stuff. So, you know, most times it's just like quick block, and then I just don't talk to that person. But but I like this little dialogue stuff we've been going on. I like the dialogue we did earlier with my little investigation. So I plan to do a little bit more of that, and vice versa. But since I got that stuff formulated, I'm going to be creating another one for Scarlet Nexus as well. And I know there was another game I didn't bother to do it Monster Hunter, but if I want to, I could. Maybe not necessarily like the plot analysis, but maybe like more of like, is there anything thematic I want to look at in Monster Hunter? I mean, the only thing I think of is just the whole concept of the hunting law, hunting lights, hunting, you know, the will of the man to want to hunt, survive, you know, wanting to consume, wanting to live. You know, maybe that could be something I could look at with Monster Hunter. But for the time being, yeah, this is just what I'm going to be doing from now on. So yeah, feel free to engage with me on some of these game topics that I'm talking about, and yeah.
So, 返して。
せかすなって。しっかり仕掛けを作らないと後が大変だぜ。
ずいぶん頑丈な仕掛けね。クーマが釣れるかもなんて眉唾よ。
いいや、わからないぜ。なんたって副長が釣るんだからね。
そんなに凄腕なの？アイゼン
Well,
は。
the way Eisen speaks, he pretty much speaks like he knows what he's talking about. He's been at it before. Yeah, that's what it tells me. He's got the experience. And the way he speaks about the fishing rod, you can tell.
へえ、テネブおじさんって変わった人だったんだ。
ええ、釣りをしながら不思議なことを言って笑わせるんです。
どんな？
意味はわからないけど面白いんですよ。
ハリとパッパほらほら、ハイフヘホ
とか。
本当だ、なんか笑っちゃうね。
楽しそうね。
Yeah, I didn't know about the whole fault-based type state jurisdictions before until I looked it up. I was like, oh, really? I didn't know that. But I don't know the factors they take to determine alimony, but apparently it's more financial-based and stuff, so I guess something like adultery or something like that can only be taken into account if it's a fault-based type state from what I gathered. And some jurisdictions might push to saying, hey, well, you did this happened, therefore that person you cheat on doesn't have to pay that. So I guess it's just going to be the jurisdiction, the laws, and all that. That's going to be a factor. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I have to deal with now. And I'm not too into like law, legality stuff myself. But it doesn't hurt to kind of like, it didn't hurt for me to do a little research and be like, hey, what's going on here? And then you find out, oh, that's what's up. But I always double check the info just to be sure, because it doesn't hurt for me to check multiple sources to be on the lookout. Really interesting thing to think about. Because then the concept that I'm thinking of is like, what is fair? What is fairness? You know, in the court of law, what's fairness? What's fairness?
魚をめでたいのならば釣ろうなどと考えぬことじゃ。どんなに美味しい餌をぶら下げようと針にかかった魚はのたうつからの。
魚をめでる趣味はないわ。魚は釣ってさばいて食べるものよ。
同感じゃ。刺身に煮付けに塩焼き。どれもいいな。食い物と割り切ればのたうつしも愛しさに変わるわい。
ベルベット、仕掛けが準備できたぜ。
That was an interesting statement you just said there. A very interesting lady there. I know I gave her the one hair side on the other eye thing. I know I did that on purpose because I just find it attractive. That's just me. I'm just being honest with you. Not like it's always they have to have that type of hairstyle. It's just I don't know, the way it looked on her. I'm just looking at her like, hey. But she's kind of, the way she's talking is kind of like a little, I think you're pulling the riddle thing way too much. But since I'm being a detective, maybe you got some riddle games I could play to keep me busy there, miss. I don't know, maybe we could get along. I don't know.
クジラだって一本
If I
釣り
met
できる
someone like
最
that,
強の
maybe we
竿
could
だ。
get along.
あとは腕次第。頑張って釣ってくれよな。
クーマをね、やってやるわよ。みんな目的を忘れてるみたいだし。
Got something?
引いてる。
Uh-oh, you got something
焦ら
pulling.
ないで。釣りは力じゃなくてタイミングです。
来るぞ。準備はいいな。
おう、空中で刺身にしてやるぜ。
クーマだったら殺しちゃダメよ。
今です。
Oh, that's cute. What?
魚でもクーマでもなかったわね。
Getting out.
腹の足しにはならんな。
で
Huh.
もライフセットに似合いそうですよ。つけてみたら明暗じゃ。棒だけの個性が出るか
You're
も
gonna
しれ
give
ん
her the
ぞ。
horns? Oh,
僕だけの。
oh. No, you're gonna give him the horns. Oh, okay. I thought you were about to give Velvet the horns.
やっぱり似合う。いい感じですよ、ライフセット。そうかな。ぐっと個性が強まったぞ。
And her theme music. Oh boy.
クーマ釣りを続けるわよ。
Oh my good. Even the way. Well, oh my goodness. Crazy.
ライフセット、そんなに根を詰めないでも。
クーマを釣らなきゃ。そしたらベルベッ
See
ト
who
は
I
僕を
am.
認めて。
釣れんな。
愚痴るな。思い通りにいかないのが釣りと人生だ。
釣れないな。
あ、私の方に来ました。
Oh, you finally got something. What did you get?
わしもなんか来
They're
た。
getting clothes. They're getting items for clothes. You're getting items for what? You're getting items for clothes. Horns, mustachio.
ろくなものが釣れないわね。
Oh my gosh. I couldn't imagine what I asked for.
え？
Okay.
まさに個性の塊。若さじゃの。
Wow.
お前結構突っ走るタイプなんだな。
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You definitely want to wear all
どう
those.
したんですかライフセット。
Is she
お
looking-
かしいわよ。取りなさい。
Oh my goodness.
やめてよ。ベルベットに何がわかるの？
わかるわよ。そんな変な格好。
わかるのはラフィーのことでしょ。
ベルベット、お前の竿が引いてるぞ。
That's right. They were doing a paimon. Way to point that out.
でかいぞ。
Good one.
気合を入れ
わかってるわよ。
これは確かに大物だが。
ツボですね。
なんでこんなものが。
なんか入ってる。うわー！タコツボかいな。
Just a sec. I'm just checking something. Okay, let me check. So I just want to check something. Let me check on this. I want to check my voice thing real quick. Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mainly just to see how it sounds, so when I record it, it's not too much noise in the background. That's kind of nice and quiet. Okay.
集中鬱陶しいわね。注意せい。油断するとくっちゃかれるぞ。はあ？
勝負ありだな。
And just like that, it was already done.
びっくりした。
怪しいものにうかつに近づいちゃダメよ。
ラフィーだったら近づかなかった？
そんなこと言ってないでしょ。
He's pushing the questions because of how she sees him
ま
like
だ
her
なんか入ってる
brother.
ぞ
But whoa. So the pod itself.
今度は動く死体が出てきたぞ
俺はこっちでやったか
だいぶ骨に身がついてるかな
だと立ておったせいじゃな
大したことなかったわね。
And another quick fight.
タコ軍団に死人の群れ。なんなのこの壺。
The pod is the Therion, I
素
presume.
晴らしい。まさかこの目で見ることができ
Or
るとは。
wait, Aizen knows what this is.
こんな悪趣味な壺に興味ある
Could
の？
Passive be able to produce all those figures outside of it?
悪趣味か。素人はこれだから困
I
る。
want to see your stuff,
いい
Aizen.
か。これはクローディン王時代の陶芸家グリューネの水亀に間違いない。1000年の至宝と言われたが、200年前の第二戦国期に失われてしまった伝説の壺だ。凛としたなりからほのかに匂い立つ色気。誘うように自己
Seems
を
to me you
主
got
張
a
し
very
つ
much
つ、
reference
そ
of
れでい
history
て
there,
し
buddy.
つこくない。
アイゼまたですか全く理解できんが男にはよくあることじゃよ
何より現在は失伝したモフモフ湯が醸し出す景色が今にも動き出しそうな躍動感を。何？
There we are. Nani?
本当に動いたな
That was funny.
この壺はゴーマだよ
See, the pot is the daemon. See?
いいか、絶対に割るなよ。
切るならいいか
より悪い。
グダグダ言ってる場合じゃない遅延冷却冷凍空戦重圧砕けジグクラッター重ねかけろ遅延冷却とどめ切らなきゃよエロルタ冷凍掃除灼熱震えよヒートレッドジグクラッター誰もさ重圧サンダそこよジグクラッター連なれシンクそこよ
捉えられまい
つむじだつむじだ天に届けろ全員ライトわしじゃ
肩をつけるぞ
重圧クラッシュ天に届け
風神君
つむじご参りますオービススパイラルヘイ
肩でかけろクラスター
つむじごレックソ天に届けつむじごサンダージャスティ天に届けとジルクレーサー掃除
肩でかけろ
重圧砕けジルクレーサー掃除レーサー空戦レーサー掃除天に届け赤く染まるのかブラッサネセンアブソーバー
昇進誰も
肩でかけろブレイジングマイン
鎧の
サンダーアブソーバー
ハンドガン風神君
レージンガンドセンアブソーバー赤く染まるのかブラッサネ
昇進
なんてこと漆黒渦巻きなんでいかない
風神君
赤く染まるのかブラッサネ
生きれるか鎧の
赤く染まるのかブラッサネ痛みはなしに越したことはないなファーストエイド描く早急天に届けとファーストエイドレイジンライサン早まる
制覇喝殺襲撃一投この距離なら外しませんゼロの方
怪異の戦い
昇
つむじごファーストエイドくたびれたジルクラッターそこよつむじご怪異の戦いついでここだ
伸びろ伸びろ強力転職
風神君トラ
はい発揮せよ遅いわよボイドラ
風神水波加速
ボイドラブラッシュつぶせセイドブライトさんにはなっていくセーラーブコーバーボイドラセーラーブコーバー影ドリューサンが安いか重圧砕けズブクラッカー貫け力ボイドラ僕が守るズブクラッカーもうダメかと思った
やっと虚しくなったか。
待て食うなよベルベット。
accidentally used the spell absorber during his art attack, so I didn't mean to do that. I meant to get out of the
ここに
way.
クマはいないようですねじゃあ
The one thing I have to remember is use
い
it
るなら
only
死
when
神
they're
の
using
呪いで
spells.
引っかかる
Mostly.
はずじゃからの
変なものばかり釣れるのはそういうことだったんですね。
トラブルが当たり前で忘れてたわ。タコもツボもアイゼンのせいか。
慣れとは怖い
僕の力役に立たなかった。
I wonder what if
So,
Eisen's thing has something to do with maybe some cursed object or something
Demo.
that maybe was found.
あんたはこれくらいで
Or
諦
maybe
める
there's
やつじゃない。
there's something with its family that
So
might
でし
be
ょ？
the reason
P.
why they think it's a curse. Maybe there is something to it
ピー
that I'm still trying to figure out.
あんたの相性よ。特に意味なんてないけど。あんたは
Yep.
あんただから。
I would call him Fee.
ベルベット
Because like La Fee,
Fee?
you might as well La Fee said, just call him
なか
Fee.
なか個性的な
That's
相
what I
性
was
じゃな
starting to call. That's what I was thinking of wanting to call him. When I was doing the case like I said, I called him Fee. I'm like,
やめてもい
he
いけ
should
ど
be。called Fee.
やだ
Come on,
次の
man.
地脈点を探す。
壺の中にまだ何かあるぞ。この黄金の輝きはオリハルコン。そうか、ここが黒金が言っていた輸送船が沈んだ場所だったのか。
やった。これを黒金に渡せばオリハルコンの太刀ができるかもしれん。お手柄だぜアイゼン、ライフセット。
大変でしたが無駄足じゃなかったですね。
私も久しぶりに釣りができて楽しかったし、僕も釣り面白かった。
わしもじゃ。特に某の個性的な紛争がの。
そろそろ日が暮れるわね。タイタニアへ戻りましょう。
Nice. This is set. Yeah, extra glasses, horns, mustachio, taco. Oh, takoyaki recipe. Takoyaki. I'm gonna takoyaki in Persona 5, I think. Takoyaki. Was it takoyaki? It might have been some other bowl. was Persona 3. Okay, Takoyaki was Persona 3. Okay, that's Persona 5.
ベルベットや鳩を出す練習はしておるか？
は？するわけないでしょ。
やれやれ、マギルー奇術団の一員という自覚が足りんの。検問で奇術をやってみせろと言われたらどうする気じゃ？その時は魔女を一瞬で食らう奇術を見せてあげるわよ。ほほー、それは面白そうじゃな。ま、気が向いたら言っておくれ。奇術の種を教えてやるからの。一つ1万ガルドで。
Let me see that line again. You have to protect your art. Perfect your art, be it juggling or vengeance. Yeah, it's no coincidence you're with us. I'm going to take that line and not read it as face value. What did the Abbey do to you that got you to turn away? That's what I want to find out. Or what did you see?
別に構わないわ。
さあな。
常識で言えば無理だな。だがゴーマが常識にとらわれ、
それもそうね。
相手は最高の金属だ。迷いを捨てて無心で打ち上げる覚悟だ。
お前ならできるさ。頼むぜ黒金。
期待してるわ。六郎が強くなれば私も助かるし。
ライフィセットしりとりしよう。でも僕用事が。しょうがないな。ならライフィセットからでいいよ。アンパン。あ、終わっちゃった。ずるい。モアナの勝ちだけどずるい。泣かないでよモアナ。
Ah, that's that's good.
他
何してるの？
地脈点の情報をまとめているんです。まずクーマがいたワーグジュリンとパラミデスの共通点、次にそれらと外れだった地点との差異、それからこれをライフセットが感じた場所の情報と突き合わせればクーマがいるかどうか判断する手がかりになるはずです。なんでちょっと引いてるんですか？やるからには全力ですよ。決まってるでしょ。
そうね。当てに
あなたのためではありません。あの子が
分かってるわよ。
なあ黒金、聞いてくれよ。また愚痴か？
またって言うなよ。俺はベルベットや海賊どもに気づきや荷物運べだ、あの島行ってこいだって
Like, I gotta
こ
get
き
a
使われ
break
てるん
from
だ
this
ぜ。
case, man.
頼られているってことじゃないのか？
そうかもしんねえけどよ、連中見てるとよ、あんたのことは顔色伺って
This is my first time seeing them in this visual
合
style.
わないがな。
ああ、そいつは失敬。
こう見えてもお前が知らないだけで案外鉄絡みの道具を作ったり修理したりしている。居候を決め込むほど面の皮は厚くない。顔はないがな。
面白いじいさんだな。若いのに使われても腹が立ったりしないのか？
俺は刀のことだけを考えて生きてきた。連中のようなガキと話したのは何百年かぶりだ。じじいの俺にとっては新鮮な迷惑さだ。
俺も最初はそう思って言うことを聞いてやってたんだけどよ、いい顔してたら山ほど仕事を押し付けられちまって、あんたみたいにこわ表にしときゃよかったよ。
顔はないがな。
だからそこは真面目に聞いてくれよ。
Oh my
覚
gosh.
悟を決めろ。命を懸けて自分たちの道を進む連中と同じ船に乗ったんだろう。俺もお前も。嫌ならさっさと尻尾を巻いて船を降りろ。
尻尾はないがな。
Right. That's real cute.
さ、クーマを探しに行きましょう。
うん。次に近そうな地脈点はミッドガンド領の真ん中あたりだと思う。
ミッドガンド領か。近くにオートがあるけど、グリフォンがいなくなったし、どうなってるのかしら。
行ってみればわかるさ。
行くのはいいですが、アイゼンがいません。
さっきからおらんの。ベンウィックに聞いてみ。
そうね。
お待った、手紙が落ちてるぞ。ずいぶんかわいい便箋だな。なになに、背景、寒さ厳しい折、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。霊山の雪深さを思い返してあなたを案じています。私の方は相も変わらずですが、先日とても珍しい品を手に入れたので、あなたに送り。
六郎、人の手紙を読むなんてどうなの？
だが落とした人は困るだろうに。
差出人の名は？ウフェミュウエクスブ。
誰だそれ。
この島の誰かでしょ。誰か手紙を落とした人いない？
そんなお上品な手紙を書くやつがおるように見えるか？
確かに。
海賊の誰かかもしれません。船着き場へ行って聞いてみましょう。
いいけど、そもそもの目的を忘れないでよ。
今回も返事は。
ナイス。でもお元気でしたっすよ。
そうか、ならいい。
で、
Involving
ツボ
that
のラッ
girl?
ピングっすが、新作のひまわり柄はいかがっすか？
うん、なかなか可愛いな。それで頼む。
かわいい。
Huh.
何か用か？
手紙が落ちてたんだけど、心当たり。
You got it real fast.
あんたのだったの？
読んでないぞ。ちょっとしか。
本当だな。こいつも一緒に送ってくれ。
毎度、亀人急便が責任と愛情を持ってお預かりするっす。
用が済んだなら出発するわよ。
His sister, I think.
行き先はミッドガンド領。
Unrelated to him.
準備はできている。
Especially when that form earlier when he said when it
手
was
紙まで
like
つけて。
might have been
相
her.
手は女だ。
So and then she did appear in Tales of Arise. So someone you battle him and her. So it's like that's
なあ、
pretty
相
much
手のやつ
what the reference
意外に
is.
達筆で豆なんだな。
お
Can't
い
wait to
お
see it.
前ら。
Oh. Ouch.
棒に相性をつけてやったか。主はなんだかんだで情に熱い女じゃのう。
どうせフィーなんて安直だとか言うんでしょ。
安直ではあるが、ここまで安直じゃと逆に誰も使わぬ。ゆえに個性的と褒めたつもりなんじゃがのう。名前というものは己が何者かを考えるときに必要なものなんじゃ。名を与えられ、自分が他の誰でもない自分だと気づき、この体の中にある形のない心が動き出すのじゃ。
Wait a
王
minute.
の心を最初に転がしたのはお主じゃ。偶然とはいえ、王を人形から生き物にしたんじゃよ。
Wait a minute.
何が言いたいの？
She just said
旅の始
something.
めから寝食を共にしてきた仲ではないか。相性をつけてくれてもバチは当たらんじゃろ。
そんな深い仲だと思ったことはないし、あんたは好き勝手に出入りしてたで
I'm
しょ。
noting that one
お
right now.
主はそんな矮小な心の持ち主じゃなかろう。心の友に相性をつけるくらいの解消はあろう。
心の友じゃないし、相性をつけるのが得意なわけでもないから。
頼む、一生のお願いじゃ。
じゃあマギ。
マギはまんますぎるじゃろう。愛情を持って解消してくれんか
ならルー。
の。ベジタブルやミートがトゥギャザーしてカレーになってしまうじゃろうに。
じゃあカキクー。
Witcherton?
まあ
Witcherton?
ありかなしかで言えば1000の候補のうち1011番くらいにはありじゃが、相性なんじゃからもっと愛嬌があって印象に残るものがいいな。
じゃあ帽子、
見た目まんまかい。
本スカート、
見た目から一歩進めんか
Book skirt.
実は目つき悪い。
Miss Creepy
い。それは
Eyes.
誹謗中傷じゃろ。見た目悪口禁止じゃ。
笑いながら人の痛いところをつく魔女。
In the
それ
back.
は内緒の内情じゃろうに。
Oh.
最
That's
初に言った
something.
でしょ、得意じゃないって。
まあいい。お主とは相性が合わぬわ。
口は災いのもとだな。
だね。
アイゼン、壺から出てきたタコはどうしたんだ？
ダイルと黒金がモアナの晩飯を作ると言って調理場へ持って行った。
タコゴーマをモアナに食べさせるのですか？
クーマは汚れを食わないといけないからな。
ゆえに生け捕りにして持ち帰ったんじゃ。
あの二人何を作るつもりなの？
タコスミパスタをメインにタコ焼きとタコからヘラビーサ風ゆでだこのカルパッチョだ。
たこ焼き器なんぞ監獄島にあるのかい？
パスタ用の大鍋と一緒に黒金が鉄の塊を叩いて作っていたぞ。
自分の顔はそのままのくせにな。しかし、たこ焼きは俺も久々に食いたいぜ。
タコスミのパスタか。
タコもイカも敵に襲われた時に身を守るために炭を吐くけど、成分も目的も違うんだ。イカ炭は粘り気が強くて分身みたいな塊になるけど、タコ炭は水に広がりやすく煙幕代わりになる。でもタコ炭はイカ炭と比べると旨味成分が30分の1しかないから、あまりパスタには使われない。
ラフィーも同じこと言ってた。だからタコスミのパスタは美味しくないんだって。
ラフィーが？
うん。結局作らなかったけど、どうなんだろう。もう味がわからないし、どっちでもいいけど。
味見するよ、僕が。だからタコスミパスタ作ってね。
ゴーマじゃない、本物のタコが釣れたらね。
なあ、アイゼンが手紙と壺を送った相手って一体何者なんだろうな。
もうその話はやめようよ。アイゼンにげんこつされたところまだ痛いよ。
でも気になるだろう、お前だって。
少し。
あのかしこまった文面からしてよほど大切な相手だ。おそらく恋人。
恋人？アイゼンの？
あんな壺をもらって喜ぶ子供はいないし、可愛いラッピングを喜ぶ男もいない。となれば、アイゼン
Whoever
と
this
同じ
is,
感
you
性
know,
を持った妙齢の
whoever this girl
女。
is to him.
そんな奇跡みたいな女に惚れるのは当然だろう。
そうかな。
I'm gonna go with
僕は
sister,
あの黄色い
but
傘
may
の
not be
女の子だと
sister.
思うけど。
Could be
よ
yeah.
っぽどあ
could
の
be the other
女の子
thing.
が気に入ってんで
But
ね。
we'll just
違うよ、そんなんじゃないよ。
ではどのようなんですか？エレノは盗み聞きとはお行儀悪いの。ライフセットが誰を好きになろうと自由じゃろ。
マギルーも聞いてたんじゃないか。
uh,
僕はただ
Maggie.
ラッピングのひまわり柄はあの子のイメージだなって。
そう言われればそうね。でも誰だっていいじゃない。手紙を出せる相手がいるんだから。
そうですね。少し羨ましいですね。
なんか綺麗にまとめてるが、お前も盗み聞きしてたんだな、ベルベット。
どう思います？アイゼンのこと。なんじゃお主、ああいうのが好みなのかい？
へえ、そうなんだ。意外。
違います。アイゼンの贈り物のセンスというか、収集物へのこだわりが少々風変わりというか。
そんなことか。つまらん。
ほんと。男は多かれ少なかれよくわからないこだわりを持ってるものよ。
その話は聞きましたが、こだわりが強すぎる傾向があると思いませんか？
言われてみればあの解説は度が過ぎている気もするわね。
収集品だけではないからのこだわりは。
そうなのですか？
毎週の休息日の夕食は決まってカレーじゃし、船着き場のボラードも必ず3番と決まっておる。
そういえば調理場で海賊たちが嘆いてたわ。パスタの茹で時間と塩加減にうるさいって。
服も靴もいつも同じ仕立て屋に同じものを作らせて納めさせているそうじゃ。ミリ単位のサイズ指定に素材の色味にもうるさい。ダメ出しも多いと亀人が嘆いておったわ。
もはやこだわり屋ではなく面倒な男って感じね。
でも少し見直しました。海賊ってもっと雑で不衛生な人たちだと思っていましたけど、案外繊細なのですね。
どんな再評価よ。
Well, all these skits, man, one by one, row by row.
やっぱり裏側しか出ないのは悲しいの？
いや、今さらそんなことは気にならん。
そうは言っても一度くらいは表を出したいだろう。俺は見てみたいし、ライブセットも見たいよな。
When one flips a coin, do they expect the other side to appear?
じゃーん
Or do they expect...
このコイン、いつものアイゼンのコインと同じように見えますけど。
表はな。だがこのコインは両面が表なんだ。黒金に頼んで作ってもらった特注品さ。両表のコインならいくら死神の呪いがすごくてもさすがに表しか出ないだろ。
そんなインチキで表が出たところで意味ないじゃないですか。
インチキじゃない。これは努力だ。
はい、
どんな形であれ諦めずに挑み続けることで道は開けるものだ。面白い。表を出してやる。
Hold it. Bird took it.
何？
カラスがコインを加えていっちゃったよ。
I knew it. I was waiting for something to happen.
くそ。カラスに敗れるとは。
こんなこともあろうかと予備も用意してあるぜ。さあ
You got another backup? Oh my god. Something's gonna happen again. Something's gonna happen.
よし。
Watch.
行くぞ。
Something's gonna happen. Wind?
今度はパーシバ
Oh,
ル王子の
Griffin
グリオンが
gone eating the
両
other
方の
coin?
コインを食べてしまいました。
See?
俺
I knew something
大
was
丈
gonna
夫
happen.
だ。
You keep
もう一
going.
枚
You're gonna
予
keep
備がある。
going? Oh my
これ
god.
で死神の呪いに
You-
引導
you
を
really-
渡してやる。
Are you really gonna do this?
行くぞ。
I don't think it's just that you have double heads. There's more to this than that. what just happened?
嘘だろう。いくら死神の呪いでも
Even that got crushed. How did that get crushed?
気にするな。
Oh my god.
絶対なかったですよね。
Dude. You're like for real. That. Oh my goodness, man. It's more than that. Kind of like Bennett's own little bad luck system that determined that it had something to do with the land that he came from, that because he departed so much from that land that the surge of power force that was upon him, that which he was born with, him departing from that homeland made it so his supposed bad luck would go away. If he, well, him going to that land, I know, LOL, right? When he went to that land, Nat land, his luck became good because of the source of the Nat land's own. What is it called? What is it called? That's the thing with Nat land. It has something in it. What was it called again? Shoot, now it's escaping my mind again. What was it? Each character has it from that land, but it has more to do with, yeah, it has more to do with his homeland and ties to that essence of that homeland. I just remember the name of it. But usually the mechanic is for every Natland character has it, but it's he's tied to it. So him departing from Natland as a kid exposed him to the quote unquote serious bad luck that was occurring. But when he went back, it was gone. So whatever this Reaper's curse, it may or may not be the same. Whatever it is, there's a source somewhere. It could be just coincidentally just bad luck as it seems, but the way this is going, I'm suspicious that even if it is just the bad luck, there could be more going on than what you think. Because for him to flip those coins, that last one was too funny. I replayed capture that, so that's gonna be worth the laugh. Oh my goodness. Are you serious right now? That's just crazy.
ちょっと聞いてもいい？
なんだ。
あんたって地の精霊でしょ？地の精霊って水には沈むのになんで海？
むしろ地の精霊だからこその海だ。
そう来る。続きが気になるわね。
アイフリードは生まれ持った性質を受け入れろと言いながら泳げない海賊かよと大笑いしやがった。その場でぶちのめしてやろうと思ったが、そんなことをしても泳げない事実は変わらん。俺は水に属性という宿命などに負けたくなかった。だから水を克服するために特訓したんだ。
あんたいい具合に壊れてるわね。でも特訓なんかで属性って超えられるわけ？
川で練習を始めた途端、大洪水が発生し、山から流れてきた土砂に飲み込まれた。湖に潜れば、モグサが突然増殖して全身に絡まり、溺れそうになった。そして最後に飛び込んだ海では、俺を中心にして大渦巻きが発生しやがった。
それって
there's more going on here with this curse.
生まれながらに俺を縛る鎖という意味では、地の属性も死神の呪いも大した違いはない。これは俺の限界への挑戦なんだ。
ああ、で、あんたは泳げるようになったの？
泳ぐことはできるよ。
I would be looking at his family, lineage, heritage, his family, and him. That's really interesting. And go deeper about this thing. Is this a family thing? Does this occur? Has it been passed down? If it started when he came into being, was there anything that his family was doing that might have brought it upon them? What is going on within him and his life? And what could be tying this so-called curse to him so much? So he's a mystery I hope to uncover myself. But one thing I am taking note of, what in the world I just heard Magilu said about like the naming, the nickname, you give them the name, like the essence, and they become that. My mind just went and drew something, and I thought to myself, he kept calling him Lofty-set, and I don't think that's a coincidence. That's just calling him Fee. But I think maybe this naming might actually become to reality onto the boy than I imagined. Maybe that's why. Maybe there's a reason why Toria said you called him Lofty-set. You strayed far. Maybe her calling him that might have did something. Not maybe just her calling him Lofty-set, but maybe there is something to the essence that might be something of calling forth reality or something. Maybe there is something to that. Her tie to Laffy is there, but maybe there is something. I look forward to finding out more on it. See what I can learn.
っていうかグリフォン、なんとかならないっすか？タリとか言って 日に日にとんでもないものを捕まえてきて、デッキが大変なことになってるんすよ。
たかが狩るものなどたかが知れてるだろ。
最初は海藻や魚とかだったから食材になってたけど、喜んでたらどんどんエスカレートしてきて、150キロ級のシーラカンブリとか350キロ級のトドメカジキとか捕まえるようになって。
助かるじゃないですか。
あのタカ、獲物を空から看板に向かって落とすんだぞ。トドメカジキを刀みてえな鼻から落としやがって。刺さったらそれこそトドメだろ。助からねえだろ。
注意すればいいだろう。
そうなんだけどさ、鷹見てる王子の幸せそうな顔と注意された時の悲しい顔を見ちまうとなあ。
グリフォンを飛ばしている時の王子は楽しそうだったよ。時々笑いながら「ホグホグもっと飛びたいかい?」ってグリフォンに優しく話しかけてた。
ホグホグ。
ホークとグリフォンの頭文字を合わせてホグホグだってモアナが言ってたよ。
王子は初めて自由を感じているんだろう。今まではやるべきでやってきた王子が自分の意志で鷹を救うために飛び出したんだ。ホグホグはもう一人の自分なんだ、王子にとってはな。
でどうするんすか？
大した被害が出てるわけじゃない。
カンパニー大穴開いたんすよ。
王子だって限度はわきまえているはずだ。ささやかな楽しみを奪う必要はない。
いやー、どうかの。王子の自由は暴走しとるぞ。
Interesting.
今看板で見てきたんじゃが、あのグリフォン今度はエレファントマグロを捕まえたようだぞ。
エレファントマグロってシャチも丸飲みするほど巨大なマグロだよね。
そいつはもうほぼほぼゴーマだろ。
象の
But you know
耳
what
のよ
else
うな
about
エラが特徴の
nicknames?
巨大魚じゃし、ゴーマの可能性もなくはないの。
I don't think Maggie
ご
Lou
祝儀
is
相
her
場なら
actual
2000
name,
万ガルドはくだら
but
ぬ
a
大
name
物
that
が
she
バーニル
chose
ティアの空で怪しく光っておったぞ。
intentionally to
2000万
hide
ガ
her
ルド
true name.
なんだよ。
Maybe it's her way of
グリフォンも役に
changing
立
the
つじゃない
reality of
か。
herself in her
バー
life,
エルティアの空
which now is getting me to think.
いかん、ベニック、王子を止めろ。
I just saw that.
落とすなよ。
That's crazy. I was like, oh no. Perhaps she chose that name because of how serious her departure was. So now it's getting me to really take her departure from being actually seriously. Now I'm even more serious. Just the little things, you know, that's being said is already giving me a sense that there is something definitely deep going on with this character. Being a detective. Right, so we're supposed to be investigate the Earth Pulse in Midgan. I want to do this one real quick. Yeah, I want to do this one. So we need to get to oh, there's this one over here too. Here, let's do this. If you can remind me, I know there's a lot of info here, but if you can remind me, what is a Malik? And if anyone can remind me, like, the basic bare definition of a Malik, just something for me to think about. I remember Aizen's a Malik, but he chooses to be free. Because the one thing that is a Malik is concerned is that the Malik has to go inside or into whatever dimension with the person is over. The person is holding them together to hold them, like the person is their vessel and they have to reside within that person. So the person becomes their vessel. Right? And then Laffy, who's now Fee, he had control over Eleanor for a brief moment. And he even admitted, yeah, she's my vessel. In a way. Yeah. I'm only looking at what's been shown in the game so far. So all I can do is say, like, it appears to me that Malik seems to tie to whoever individual, usually an exorcist uses them. And they tend to be residing within the person as though the person is the vessel in which they are held inside of, right? Aizen is a Malakam. If that's the case, if he's a Malik, he lives freely. So he doesn't have a vessel. That's right. What if this Reaper's Curse is a price because of that? I'm not saying that's probably why. So maybe here's another theory. What if maybe this Reaper's Curse isn't just, what if it's a family thing or not? I don't know. I'm still have to look into that. If it is, great. If it's not, then okay. And the girl that he's referring to, I don't know if she's a Malik. I have to look into that too, once it gets further in the game. But if this is the case, what if really this guy, maybe this curse is a result of his freedom? Or is it the opposite? Just a thought. I don't know. Yeah, you can leave the dots there. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I just need more info. These are only theories, but I just need more info. But the whole Malakam thing was a little, some of it is a little confusing, but some of it's just thinking like, well, what if it's true? What if it's just the fact that, what if it's got something to do with, I don't know, that, but I don't know if that's really the case, but I have to pay attention, because if he's a Malik, why him? I mean, no other Malik I haven't seen yet has this issue. He seems the one to have it. So why is it him? Why does he have this so-called curse? So it's tied to him specifically in some way. So it's got to do with him. But why? What is it that he wants, desire? Like, what's going on with him that could be leading to why, the answer to why he has this? Hopefully we'll find out.
見切れるか。
そこよそこだ切り裂け次そこよ水蛇行空砲ジェット攻撃とどめラッシュストライクアイテ
肩をつけるぞ。
影ドリル
ストライカーソラン
つむじ駒
Feel free to oh, also yeah, you don't worry, you don't have to spoil anything. I know you don't spoil. But feel free to give me feedback on what do you think about my little investigative process. Just the process itself. Like, what do you think of my little investigative prowess that I keep doing in this stream? I feel like I want to do more of this now. Like I'm supposed to. I just been holding back. I just been like, oh, just been kind of waiting and getting info, but I feel like I want to keep doing these type of pushes and questions and stuff more and more often as I play these games. You know what I mean? And that's what I want to keep doing. So feel free to give me feedback. Honestly, as a viewer watching my stream, what do you think of my process? If you see there needs to be improvement, just general, my process in general, not like the story itself or the game itself, just like my process.
次はドイツだ。
So here's what I need to look out for if I'm going to get the right kind of evidence here. Is one, find out more about his family, that girl that he pretty much has sent a letter to. I think that's her. That's who he's sending a letter to, and so forth. Find out more about that, and then as the story progresses, pay attention to Malik's behavior and understanding more of Malik's and stuff like that. I need to pay attention to that more because there is a clue in there. And then third, look at him and pay attention to more and more of his words about himself and everything that's going on with him in his life as more revelations of him continue. These are the 3 areas I need to look at for evidence. Once I find that more info comes, I can then start finally piece together what really is going on with him. And maybe it will actually reveal why and how and why he has this.
った立ち筋。
ここいらじゃマイナーなもんでな。
You're kind of quiet over there, Haseo. I hope Miss Jinx didn't grab your tongue. I have to go and tell her, hey, let go of the tongue. Let go of the tongue. Don't do that. The good thing is I will also review this stuff to kind of, on my own spare time, to kind of recap everything so I can, because then there are also probably stuff in here that I might need to take a look at. That's like an encyclopedia of info right there. So. Yeah, I'm actually doing my actual investigations like I said I was supposed to. Instead of making changes, this is one of those. Alright, now I gotta go use the restroom, excuse me. You go. Hello, it's me. Malakam are a tribe of spiritual being. Oh yeah, because I read that. They're who use the powers of nature and are used as familiars. Because his power of nature is earth. He uses earth. And are used as familiars. So I'll take note of that. And I'll still look out for all 3 pieces of evidence with that in the note. That being the case, why him? Why does he? Why not just why him? Why not him? I think is actually a really riddle question. Why not him? If this is a supposed curse, why not him? Not just why him, but why not him? Why not somebody else? Why a Malakam like him has to happen? Whether it ties him to being Malik or not, why not him? Why does it have to be him? No one else. So far, it doesn't look to be like anybody else has this. And he said since he was born, that means he didn't have a choice in the matter. So why him? I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Just a second.
Yeah, I think I can.
That's right. I think I can. I'm just gonna check this. I'm like, ain't no way I'm letting that kid off the hook, man. Come on, bro. There you go. There we go. I think now I'm noticing something. I see it, the yellow. Don't have that kind of color. Oh, got it. Thank you. It's in the yellow. Whenever I see a yellow, that means if I can get a card with that symbol, I've got a combination effect. See, just like there. I'm already seeing one right now. You have to have that exact card type in the crowd to gather in order for it to work. I have 3 chances of a special effect there. 4 chances. Gotcha. So, wow, I'm very I'm very, very highly observational today. I know I kept playing. I didn't really pay too much attention on those numbers on the side there. I know there were the rules about it, so I realized that, yeah, what I was supposed to make sure to do is look for those numbers and pay attention. If it's yellow, it's set up for a special combination. So if I, and it has to be that symbol. If that symbol is yellow, that's where the combination is supposed to happen. And that's what I have to look out. That's what I'm supposed to be looking out for. But I kept throwing around, I'm like, but then when I finally looked, I was like, oh, wait, never mind. And then when I saw, okay, that's a combination. Okay, get the right one, get that one, bam, you got it. And I have to pay attention to that. If I don't, it's not gonna work. And the more good combinations, the more the higher points will be. I'm so attentive. Hey, yes, I'm so attentive. That's what happens when you focus. I know I said how we go into like a church One of the things I say we come to look at this month is it's our month of focus. When the term focus comes to mind, focus just means the capacity to give one's attention direction, mental attachment, lingering, and forming of whatsoever what it is that we want to consider to be of importance of what matters to us. In other words, you're looking at what matters to you. You're thinking about what matters to you, and that becomes your focus. What I gotta keep in mind is if, like for me and me and Godwin, when it comes to games like this, if I'm looking out for themes, what I need to focus on is okay. I know the story is about to be experienced, the gameplay is about to be experienced, just like any other gamer. But if I want to look out to see what kind of themes and motives, I'm going to look at, okay, what are the things visually and auditory, even if it's NPC dialogue, that comes up repeatedly that I catch, and then write down what type of word or term comes to mind when I see those phrasings or anything, and then put it down and say, yep, that's the theme. That's what's happening. That means I'm going to look out for what is being said, what's being done, and what's occurring amidst the characters in the plot. What's the biggest significant twists, biggest turns, and what does that curtail towards what kind of theme we're having or subject matter that is being addressed to. Right. If I want to go philosophical, theological, or just simply if I just want to go on like, well, practical or application, I'd be like, well, what does this say about us? What does this emphasize about life in general, or like some type of familiar theme that we often deal with or coincide with in life, and then go from there. And y'all may not have to do this. I mean, it's just me doing this myself. But hey, it doesn't hurt to hear other thoughts from other gamers who play the same game, Even if it's just something small. Talking about like the gameplay experiences is always fun because then we share in our thoughts about those experiences. Like, yo, Lulu doll, that's very cool. It's like, yo, did you see that incident that happened in the game? I like talking about that. Even talking about that is fun enough. Or be like, yo, I found that weapon in this one location, and it's like, but I didn't know that weapon was there until I looked, and it's like, oh, okay. It'll be something like a device, a grappling hook, or some type of thing to help us swing around over there. Unless it's a teleporter. Teleports us over there, but yeah. And like a grappling hook thing or swing or something. Some teleportation power. Gotta be one of those. Or flying, maybe. Floating, gliding over there. Then, I don't know about that. I still got these to work on. That's fascinating. They're spiritual beings. Huh.
捉えよ。
捉えられまい。
わしじゃ天に赤く染まるのか。ブラッドネセイラーブコーバー、セイラーブコーバー。赤く染まるのか。ブラッドネセイラーブコーバー。
鎧の捉えられまい。
赤く染まるのか。ブラッドネ痛みは何に越したことはない。
霊視解放。ただなす者に秩序をもたらせ。バインドオーダー。
痛みはなきに越したことはない。
またくたびれた。容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで走ろ。リーサルペイン。解放地に行き
逃げられると思った？
なんとか倒せたね。
未熟
Get
だ
it?
な。
このゴーマはなかなか手強かったでしょ。
Ah, not to me.
こいつ程度しぐれなら一刀で両断していた。
でもしぐれ様は大立ちで、あなたは小立ちですから。
いや、あいつは小立ちで大立ちと同じことができた。
まさか。
いえ、しぐれならできるでしょうね。
ああ、実際にやられた。
Figures.
聞いてもいいか？
構わん。俺の家のことは教えてよな。
うん。
長男のしぐれは先代の後を継ぎ、嵐月家の当主として一族を仕切っていたんだ。だが3年前、しぐれが謀反を企んでいると噂が立った。主君はすぐさま上位討ちの命を出した。
上位討ち。主君による処刑命令じゃの。
疎まれてたんだ。強さにしか興味がないあいつはずっと主君をないがしろにしていたからな。
その打ってはまさか。
そう、俺だ。嵐月流に勝てるのは嵐月流。そういうことだ。実際に俺はあいつの技も癖をも全部知っていた。その上で時と場所を選び抜いて仕掛けたんだ。なのに
負けたんじゃな。
そうだ。
That's straight up to the words.
大立ちで切りかかった俺を小立ちで翻弄しやがった。あの時俺が鍛えた技は
That's why he wants to
あいつに
master the
全
short
く及んで
sword.
いなかったんだ。
You notice he never wielded that large sword on his back.
認めるしかなかった。あいつは俺の太刀を弾き飛ばして笑って言ったんだ。もっと精進しやがれと。悔しかったさ。己の弱さが。
He tried using that great sword once,
自
but
分を
it
切り
failed.
殺
He
したい
didn't
ほ
do it.
どに傲慢になるほどにな。
六郎。
Wow.
結局しぐれは逃げ、
That's how he turned
俺
again.
は使命を果たせなかった罪で捕らえられ、監獄島に送られた。
そこでわしらと出会ったんじゃな。
That's
自分
sad.
の兄を殺せなかったことが悔しいか。
That's messed.
行か
Oh
れて
my
いるのは
goodness,
分かってる
man.。
だが、
That's so messed up. Ain't that right? That's so messed up, right, Haseo? Oh my god.
私はあんたを利用するだけよ。敵を切ってくれればそれでいいわ。
やるさ。
That's just sad.
俺はそういう傲慢だ。
And he was gonna take his own life. He was gonna enter, and then from that point, that's how he ended up becoming a daemon. And then after that, he ended up arrested and everything. Oh my god, that just made it worse. Way to beat someone down, you know. The funny thing is when they said that, when Eisen said, "Can I ask you a question?" My mind immediately was thinking about. I was thinking about, yeah, it's probably about that sword, isn't it? And now I know. He tried using that sword. Unfortunately, he failed. Well, unfortunately, here's how I look at failure. Because the way people think of the least scummy of Arthur's underlings. Yeah, remind me. Yeah, Arthur. Oh my goodness. I remember. So here's how I think of failure. He, having lost the battle, and Shiguri told him train harder. He considered himself at a loss. He was about ready to end it. He became a daemon. And then with that afterwards, you know, Shiguri got away, and then him becoming daemon, gets arrested, put into the prison. And then when you look at it, he's given another chance. There's something I learned about failure from someone who was in sports that was in an interview. And it goes like this. You don't fail because you lost. You failed because you give up. Something I hadn't really thought about before. You could fail, or when people think failure, they think failure as in you lost. That's what usually the typical view of failure is. You just lost. Therefore you failed. But a really, really more deeper, more potent way of thinking of success beyond failure is, instead of looking at failure that way, you look to actually understand that you don't really fail unless you choose to give up on that endeavor. If you're so diligent and you're in pursuit of that endeavor, so much so that even if it appears you lost, it didn't mean you gave up. It means you lost. Yeah. You win some, like you didn't get what, you know, you would have gotten at that time, but you didn't give up because you're going to come back and try again. Failure really is when you actually we're gonna do some fishing. This is some deep stuff I'm sharing. Like, you know, it was really something I was thinking about for a long time, and I realized, like, there are things that I still pursue today that I haven't given up on, even this channel. Failure would be if I just gave up. There's a difference between changing paths versus giving up. Changing paths doesn't mean you give up. No. Changing paths is like if you see your direction somewhere and you want to move forward to some other direction. But, like, no, failure is when you, like, you're really into endeavor and you just give up. No. That's when you give up, that's when you really fail. But when you keep going despite, because I like what the person said. They said, like, they talk about how, like, you know, Michael Jordan, or like you have some people who, like, they got to win certain, like, cups or certain things, but then there were times when they didn't get it, but then they got it years later. Are you going to say they failed? No, they didn't fail. They won. They got it. You saying that they failed all those years? No, they succeeded. So it was just a deep, I'm getting stuff, something I didn't really think about, but it changed my mind ever since. And now, like, you see me why I'm still doing this channel, even if I look at, like, oh, there's lots of views, there's, like, the views gotten low. So, oh, well, you still suck with 200. So, okay, but I'm not giving up. So I haven't failed. So there's no failure here. You know? Some people don't really think about. So when I look at my buddy here, Rokaru, right? Yeah, Rokaru. He hasn't given up. Even though times he feels like, you know, I'm at a lot, like, because it's like it's not what I need to get stronger. I say, good, you haven't failed. I would tell him, yeah, you haven't failed, buddy. Because why? Because if you failed, you would have given up a long time ago. You wouldn't be in pursuit of developing and training your blades. You wouldn't even be in pursuit of facing them. You're still going after it. That's what I would tell him. Yeah, you're still going after him, buddy. If you'd given up, you would have stopped a long time ago. Deep stuff, man. Even the little thing sometimes can even be that in particular. Like, for instance, when we do our polls, Haseo, like, you know, when you pull for characters, even though we don't like win those pulls for certain characters, the question is, do we give up on pulling those characters? My answer is no. I don't give up on pulling those characters. I just wait to see if they come back. And if a new character comes up, maybe I might change the trajectory a little. But doesn't mean I give up on pulling those characters. Like, even when the current banner for Barca came up, I wanted to get the 5-star weapon. Was it Wolf's Bane? I'm trying to remember what it's called. The one with the red edge, jagged edge. I wanted to get that for Duluth. I wanted to get that for the Claymore characters. And, you know, even though it's like it's been like an older 5-star weapon and still is strong, that I haven't been able to get, that doesn't mean I'm not taking up opportunities to still try to pull for it. It's because I haven't given up on it. I'm just bringing it home, buddy. Like, even a character, like, even if a character, like, I could give, like, the only way I'd give up on a character is if I never want to pull them again. No. I'm going to find opportunities to pull for them. Just like what I did with Silver Wolf. When her banner came out like a second or third time, I went back to pulling her just all the same, and now I got it. So even the little things, even that, like, this is why this principle is so powerful. But I'm just sharing some powerful bits here. Man, I can get the whole, it's hard and everything. Yeah, I know. It's like, but do you want to give up on it? No? Then you haven't failed. Yeah, you might have had maybe like a bit of a loss there. Maybe something didn't work out. It doesn't mean you failed. You just keep going. You don't give up. Just some people might have the wrong view about failure and everything. So sometimes people will think failure means you lost in a tournament. It's like, bro, you didn't fail because you lost the tournament. Your failure would ultimately be if you gave up on going for it again. Changing what you were doing to get to that success.
リーサルスイン。
やれやれね。
行くわよ。そこよ。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。そこよ。そこだ。貫け。そこよ。そこだ。切り裂く。そこよ。追加攻容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで果てろ。リーサルスイン。
I'm trying to do the other one. Hey, hold on. It talks about how to act. I think how to act. Oh, I think it has to be during the theorem state. How does it work? Yes. Oh, it has to be during an 8-hit combo or consumes 4 BG. Oh, okay. Use Break Soul to connect combos. So you have to do it during an 8-hit combo or higher combo. Consumes 4 BG. I want to see if I can activate.
行くわよ。そこや。追加攻そこだ。食らい尽くす。そこだ。貫け。そこだ。貫け。逃しはしない。サンダーブリッツ。そこや。追加攻
やれやれ。
Oh, I get it. You have to have 4. So you have to have 4 BG. Okay. Gotcha.
行くわよ。
You go to higher combo.
そこや。追加攻そこだ。食らい尽くす。そこだ。貫け。そこや。そこだ。切り裂く。そこや。とどめ。血だらけよ。ゼロミ容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで果てろ。リーサルスイン。
Okay.
やれやれね。
So if I were to do it like clean, if I just went and did let me see.
行くわよ。そこや。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。追加攻空破絶衝撃。容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで果てろ。リーサルスイン。聖気炎連脚。追加
You have to be.
やれやれ。
I got all 4. Let's see. Okay, it has to be. I have to do it again. I want to practice.
行くわよ。
8-hit combo.
そこや。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。追加攻
やれやれ。
I just kept doing that to see how long I can pull that off. Okay, so you can keep going with that, and you're just trying to see this different combination.
行くわよ。
You mess around.
聖気炎連脚。草原脚。呪い。そこだ。食らい尽くす。草原脚。空破絶衝撃。とどめ。サーフェイスムーン。そこや。容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで果てろ。リーサルスイン。
That was too early.
やれやれね。
4 BG, 8 hit.
行くわよ。
more.
そこや。追加攻空破絶衝撃。そこだ。食らい尽くす。そこや。そこだ。貫け。そこだ。切り裂く。容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで果てろ。リーサルスイン。
やれやれね。
行くわよ。
use break sword combos. 3, this consumes all 4. They use break sword to connect combos.
やれやれね。
Has to be while it's
行くわよ。
oh break okay.
そこや追撃空破絶衝撃そこだ食らい尽くせそこだ貫けそこやそこだ切り裂くそこや追撃とどめブレイクブーストそこだ食らい
やれやれね。
Yeah, I was gonna do it, but the time was moving fast, so
行くわよ聖気遠連脚そこだ食らい尽くせそこだ貫け聖気そこだ切り裂く聖気遠連脚聖気遠連脚そこだ貫け
やれやれね。
now it's like the timer. I have to work with the timer on that one. The part 1 of Persona 5 SSP, Persona 5 Royal collab done. Nice. Cool. Let's see how many. Wow. Okay. Oh, off to a good. Excuse me. Over here burping a little bit. So we gotta go to investigate their pulse in Midgan. Right.
ボスからあんたたちに伝言を預かってきた。ローグレスの東にあるアルディナ草原に凶暴なゴーマが出るらしい。あんたらの探してるやつかもしれない。
ローグレス東の街道は封鎖されとったはずじゃが。
一時的にな。今は解かれてる。アルディナ草原の先にある村ストーンベリー。九段のゴーマを目撃した仲間がいる。詳しい話はそいつから聞いてくれ。
分かったわ。
同じだね。僕が探知した
タバサに礼を言っておいてくれ。
クーマがいる可能性が高まったな。今の情報確認してみようぜ。
ええ。まずはストーンベリーに行ってみる。
アイゼン、僕なんか失敗した。
いや、奴らにタダで情報をくれてやる必要はないと思っただけだ。
地脈点のことだよ。俺たちだけが知っている情報だろ。
でも警視庁は味方でしょ。
敵ではないが味方とは言い切れん。
裏同士というだけじゃ。それも時と場合によってくるりと変わる。
こちらが信頼しなければ相手も信用しないでしょ。
初めて会った使いの者が俺たちの顔を知っていた。告げてもない行き先に先回りしてな。
True.
こっちは奴らのことをろくに知らないのに、向こうは全部お見通し
Somebody's
ってわけね。
watching.
わしらを売るのは造作もないと暗に言うておるわけじゃな。
俺たちが清涼に対抗する戦力であるうちは協力できるだろ だが切り札は多いほどいい。
互いに
I'll
ナ
tell
イ
you
フを
who's
突きつけ合
watching.
っているのを承知で
The
背中を
goddamn
外
news
し
lady, press
それが
lady
裏
that
社会
keeps
の
trying to
信用
get
ってことね
into my cases. Will you get out of here?
タバザのお店の料理の味は簡単に信用できるけど。
はあ、それは
So,
どうかな。
Detective Sir, what is your input on this piece of case? I was like, would you get out of here for once? Don't make me use my truth eyes on you.
ストーンベリーは行くの初めてだよね。
なんで通行止めされてたんだ？ゴーマか？
いえ、アルディナ草原で巨大な竜巻が発生して輸送キャラバンが何百人
Just
も
like,
行
what are
方
you
不明
doing
に
sticking
な
in
ってま
this
す。
place? You
寒
know
冷化
I
の
am
影
on
響
this
による
case, and you're
異常気象だな。
trying to get info for you.
雷が
Media,
頻発
what,
した
what's
地域
wrong?
や豪雨に見舞われた町もある。
ええ、そういった地域への街道は清流によって厳しく往来が制限されています。
解除されたってことは竜巻は収まったって思っていいのよね。
どんな街なのかな。
結構いいところですよ。東に広がる森林地帯では宝石が採取できるし、珍しい植物も昆虫もたくさん生息してるです。数少ない住民たちは動物の肉や毛皮を必要な分だけ売り買いして暮らしてるし、静かで良いとこですよ。
ずいぶん詳しいんだね。
こやつの初恋相手のノルミンの故郷なんじゃよ。姉さん、恥ずかしいじゃないですか。
Really now?
今は離れ離れになってしまったですけど、あの子とは心が
Ah,
通じ合
Norman,
って
you
いる
fell in
ん
love
です
with,
よ。
huh, Bien?
わしとお主が契約して旅に出た直後、あの娘は男前のノルミンと恋仲になり村を出たがの。そんなの初めて聞くよ。姉さん、
For real,
い
is she
つそ
messing
の
with
話
him?
を。
Let's see.
わしから逃げ出したお主を探す旅の途中じゃったか。いや、村を出て数分後、忘れ物を取りに戻った時じゃったか。ま、どうでもいいがの。よくないで
男が女に振られたぐらいで泣くな。ストーンベリーへ急ぐぞ。
Rainbow Rock. Serial. We got a serial killer. We got a serial. Okay. Mayumi, aka Turbo, used to have a weak body. Oh, really? So we. Okay. In today's news, it appeared that we have a serial killer on the loose. Some say it had like branches as sharp as knives, and it had a pretty much rough and timber body that is wraps around, is capable of wrapping around and pretty much almost tearing it up, the body. So if anyone has seen this, yes, it is. Yes, for the record, it's a tree. So if anyone has seen it, please contact the detective, the Azure detective over here. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna investigate a serial killer tree. Oh my God, are you serious? They literally called it a serial killer tree. What? Okay. Out of all the things I've seen, now I have a tree that's a serial killer on this. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. I ain't paying you enough for this crap. You ain't paying me enough for this. What's up with this, man? Come on. So King Peacock, Rainbow Rock. Okay. This is Aldina Plains, and this is Deval Forest. Auction. Okay. To be the new places. Okay. Yes. So most likely it's the new area that we're going to be going into. Nickname that manifests. Interesting. For me, the boy might reflect the choice of free will of the actual boy. Laffy said himself in some way. Anyway, that's why it goes back to my theory on where or not about like the boy it could have been just his own personal choice to be sacrificed, considering that he didn't resist. Only was there with Artorias. A lot of deep stuff.
東の草原がようやく通れるようになったそうよ。ストーンベリーの人たちも無事みたいで、私も主人も一安心したところなの。
はっ、俺は別にあいつのことなんか心配してない。
こんなこと言ってるけど、本当は心配してるのよ。あいつっていうのはこの人の弟子のことね。
何の弟子なの？
この人は建築士なの。王室や清涼からの注文もあるのよ。この港で仕事してたんだけど、ちょうど終わってこれからローグレスに戻るところなのよ。
余計なことは言わんでいい。
弟子の人はどうしてストーンベリーに行ったの？
若くて才能はあるんだけど、ちょっと変わった子でね。自分の手で新しい町を起こすんだって。開拓中のストーンベリーに行っちゃったの。
職人は自分の仕事と向き合っていればいいんだ。町を起こすなんて身の程知らずにも程がある。
でもこの人、あの子のこと破門しなかったのよ。怖いもの知らずなところ、若い頃の主人に似てるのよね。
だから気持ちがわかるんだね。
知らん。上があると思うなら勝手にやればいいんだ。最後までやり抜けんようなやつならそれまでのやつだ。
今の聞いた？やれると思ってるのよ、この人は。もしストーンベリーに行くようなことがあったら、あの子の工房を覗いてあげてね。
うん、行ってみるよ。
ごめんね、うちの主人が感じ悪くて。
平気だよ。おじさんみたいな人、僕慣れてるから。
ちょっと、誰のこと？
いやー、最近
I didn't know he was here. I just went in here. I was about to just use the end and the rest.
港まで安心して買い物に来られる。王宮で暴れたっていうゴマ、あちこちの町で暴れてる同志アルトリウス様と清涼の方々が目を光らせてくださってるから。
そうじゃといいがな。
そうに決まってるよ。王都の近隣の地域のゴーマ大使も
清涼への尊敬、同志万歳、大いに結構じゃが、部活に藪をつつくとヘビ女が出るやもしれんぞ。
やぶ？ヘビ女？
清涼に噛みつくヘビがおるんじゃよ、世の中にはの。
ろくな女じゃないね。
Oh, reference there.
だそうじゃよ。
誰がヘビ女よ。
Serving light rub against the abbey will be washed away by the shepherd's presence. Oh. Ah, geez. Let's see if I can do this. It's gonna be faster, I presume. Oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna be super fast. Ah. I actually thought it was the one previous to that. We got to catch it this time. I was using the eye on the right to help me. Ah, missed it. Yeah, the eye on the right eye is helping me do it. Ah, that's the one that keeps me. It's like, I get the other ones even when they're fast, but the one that is slow is the one that can get me. One. Ah, we have to time it too. There you go. Missed that one. Oh man. See, I can get the count, I get it done right, but it's just yeah, it's just the turning with that one is so hard. Or some of that one is so annoying. Oops. Push it too fast. It's different now. It's making it a little harder. Oops. There we go. Gotcha. But feeling better now? That's cool.
そうかそうか。そうじゃろそうじゃろ。
マギルーは犬の言葉がわかる。
魔女の基本じゃよ。
すごい。なんて言ってるの？
犬も歩けば棒に当たるなんて人間は言うけど、棒に当たった犬なんて見たことあるのかよ。俺は当たったことなんてねえぞと痛くご立腹のようじゃ。
そうだよね。歩くだけで当たるほど。
There was a math problem. He explained that 1 plus 1 is 2. Oh, man.
そうじゃの。
なんて言ってんだ？
夫婦喧嘩は犬も食わぬってさ。何でも食う犬ですら夫婦喧嘩は見向きもしないって意味だ。何でも食わねえよ。犬の味覚なめんなつうか、何でも食うのは人間の方だろうがと雑食を極めた人間文明への批判を提唱し続けておるようじゃ。
なかなか鋭い指摘だな。
なになに？犬は人間の
I guess we're going around talking to animals and trying to see what they're saying.
この犬は何を言ってるの？
Okay.
人間は犬猿の仲と犬と猿を敵対関係にしますが、猿がダメなら人間とも仲良くしないですよと静かに語っておる。
犬ってそんな風に思ってたんだね。
さらりと失礼なことを言うの。
I'm just gonna put it on a limb out there and just say, I wonder if she's saying all these things because she's also hinting at she was likened to a lapdog in a way. And it's just simply saying I used to be like in this position. I used to follow this, but now I understood that I was used, misused, I was lied to or deceived, and now I'm pissed off. Saddened, so to speak, for both. Doing this investigation like this has really opened my mind now to see things more on the upscale of clarity than I did before. For being a good month of focus, being a good focus. Oh, another one. Now Aizen's turn.
まるで死神のような目つきのあなたに。すみません。告白することがないなら結構です。
いや、一つある。言わせろ。
はい。よろしくどうぞ。
もうずいぶん昔の話だが、亀人が天才画家ベリル・ベニトの絵を持ってたことがあった。それは言葉にできないほど素晴らしい絵でな。少々高かったが買ってしまったんだ。だが後で全くの偽物だったと分かった。
物欲に流されてしまったことを懺悔するのですね。
いや、買ったのは俺の決断だ。悔いはない。あの絵が偽物だろうと。それを俺の心が素晴らしいと感じたのは真実だからな。
面倒な人ですね。いいえ。では何の懺悔を？
実はそ持ち合わせがなくてな。妹のへそくりを100ガルドこっそり使ってしまったんだ。それだけは悪かったと思っている。
はあ。
Yeah, little sister.
そう
There
で
you
す
go.
か。安心してください。聖主様はどうあれ、きっと妹さんは許してくれますよ。
そう願う。
I like that one. That was actually deep. The little sister, huh?
業深き罪人。
僕ですか？
そうと言いたいところだが、少年にはまだ懺悔することはないかな。
あるよ。誰にも内緒だったけど告白します。
聞きましょう。
ちょっと前に森でナメクジを見つけたんです。ナメクジって塩をかけると小さくなるって本に書いてあったんだ。僕どうしても試してみたくて。
塩をかけてしまったのですね。確かに良くないことです。でも
What's that,
あなた
Watson?
に命を気遣う気持ちが芽生えたなら、その犠
Oh, you
牲
mean
は
the tree of
無駄
death?
ではない。
違うんです。僕
Yeah, I
間違っ
think
て
uh,
塩じゃなくて砂糖を
I
かけ
think
ちゃったんだ。
what's it, Julian? Yeah, Julian was the one that burned that tree down.
アリがいっぱいたかって。
Yeah, it attacked a group of villagers and everything in that one place.
ごめんね。
I'm so sorry. I just saw that the slug thing.
それは悲惨な事故です。
あともう一個。
Oh my god.
砂糖水を流し込んだらどうなるかなって思ったらどうしても試したと思って。
What?
子供は意外に残酷ですね。
Oh my goodness. Look, I have something to say about this one, please. I'll say it in a moment, but yeah, Julian's a character concept that I'm working on. Yeah, he kind of burned the trees down, Watson. He took care of that. It just abandoned villagers, and he happened to be around the area before I could come there. Yes, apparently he communicated. He took it down. Yes, I know he uses his fist. Yes, he has fire element. I get it, Watson. That's why he took it down. It was fit for the job. But don't worry. You get it away from other trees and forests, otherwise there would have been a huge fire. Then I would have had to sit there and get going and say, just don't use that in your forest area, please. A little funny lore I just made up, but yeah. So there's a manchineel tree of death. I'll have to look into those details, see about that. That's interesting. I mean, there aren't such thing as plants and flowers and other life. Even there are birds that literally can consume blood. There are small little birds that have pets that puncture certain prey, and they can take blood out of them. There's that. There's even certain types of moths. Like, there's certain types of creatures that can do some crazy stuff. So it's no surprise that in real life, the serial killer tree is kind of based on that craziness. But the fact they call it serial killer tree, I think it's just a funny nod to that. A funny nod on that. Yeah, the priest guy, I know he's being he's like, well, I want you to repent. You better repent and stuff like that. I mean, he sensed the Reaper thing. That's really good. That's really good. You can sense it. You can see the Reaper in your face. You see something. But I think it was really fun when he said, "My sister, I took her out of her savings." But he said, "Yeah, I'm sure she would forgive you." I mean, that's nice. I remember the earlier parts with the priest talking and everything. I mean, if it were me and I was the priest, I'm not the priest, but if I was the one talking, I wouldn't be like, "Hey, you need to repent and repress your sins. You better." I wouldn't talk like that. I would be like, "Hello, welcome. Is there anything you are looking for? You need help with? Just to see what's going on, because I don't know why they're here. If there's something that's on their mind, because this is a place where maybe someone wants to know about, God." I would have been like, "Hey, greet him. How you doing? Would you like to have a seat? Is there something on your mind you're looking for?" Even if it's just they just need answers for something. That's fine. At least just to help in that manner. And if it was questions about that, then of course I would take care to help in that person. Then I wouldn't do it in the way that this was. Not to say, like, I mean, if he wants to do it that way, please in the books, that's simple. Hey, that's what he's gonna do. But me, I'd probably be like, well, how are you? How's your day? You like to have a seat? You need something? Is there something you're looking for? Yeah. And say, all right, I'm good. Say, all right. Some people might need some private time. I'm a polite person. I don't intrude on a lot of people. You know what I mean? I don't intrude. Stuff like that. Yeah. Some people may do that. I don't. I tend not to go for that kind of thing. So I just do like. Yeah, it's the end. Oh, the mud match. Oh wait, no, it said the end. What am I doing in here? Okay. Well, actually, let me see. Oh, Okoro can do this now. About to get his outfit. Borscht. You want some borscht, huh? Fruitcake. What's up? Fruitcake again. Pudding. Chicken, huh? Oh, good one. Okay. I'll get a little more tense. Let's see. You want chicken? Somebody want the chicken? Meat pie. This guy always want the fruitcake. You always want that fruitcake, man. Come on. Did you say chicken? Meat pie, pudding. Meat pie and pudding. Whoops. Yeah, you be wanting that fruitcake, bro. Homemade bread. Chicken, risotto, pudding. Chicken, risotto, pudding. Ah, dang it. Here, I'll come back to that one. I get his outfit. I need to find the
ベルベット、いい加減部屋に入れてください。
ダメ。入ったら食らうわよ。
あなただけの部屋ではないのですよ。
負けた場合、相手に従うって制約かけたんでしょ。もう少し待ってなさい。
もう、
廊下で何してるの？
ちょっと用事で外に行って戻ってきたら部屋から締め出されてしまって、もうかれこれ30分以上待っているのですが、一向に入れてくれる様子がなくて困ってるんです。
あいつは部屋の中で何をしているんだ？
わかりません。時折ハーハーという息遣いやため息にも似た小さな声が聞こえるのですが。
女同士の相部屋でお前に見られたくない何かをベルベットはしているということだな。
見られたくないことね。体重でも測ってるんじゃないのか？
服を脱いで再び着る時間を入れたとしても体重を測るのに30分もかかりませんよ。
化粧をしている可能性はないか？ベルベットではないが以前叱られたことがある。
それはあなたが男性だからであって、同性の私であれば問題はないと思いますけど。
のんきなことを言ってる場合ではないぞ、ボー。ベルベットは今絶対絶命の大ピンチに陥っておる。
人に弱みを見せないベルベットで不要。体がそうバットで苦しんでる姿を見られたくなくてエレノア様を締め出したで不要。
unlike Lappy's face was like wide-eyed, like,
言われてみれば部屋を出る前のベルベットは表情も硬くて具合が悪そうでした。でも
放っておくのか、ボーよ。今こそお主の覚悟が試される時じゃ。
覚悟。
さあ、 行くのか行かぬのか決断の時じゃベルベット。
どうしたのフィー？
どうしたのって、ベルベットが死んじゃうかもしれないって。だから僕。
なんで掃除したくらいで死ななきゃならないのよ。
だって顔色も良くなかったですし、漏れ聞こえる息も声も変でしたし。
変な息なんてしてないけど。
はあ
ガラス磨くときにはあはあするでしょ。
ため息のような声は？
この部屋普通には掃除してあるんだけど、細かいところが行き届いてなくて、まさかと思って備え付けのコップを見たら茶渋が洗い切れてなかったのよ。ため息も出るでしょ。
そうだったんですか。部屋なら言ってくれればお手伝いしたのに。
家事は女の数だけやり方があるから、一人でやる方がかえって早いの。姉さんもそうだったし、あんたにも自分のやり方があるでしょ。
それはまあそうですけど。
もう終わったから部屋使っていいわよ。はあ、すっきりした。
He actually looks cute in that. Oh, that was funny. I know tomorrow I put TBA, but I might change that. So, you know, it might not be TBA. I mean, I was thinking of streaming something tomorrow, but maybe not. But you'll see. Yeah. So a character concept I have is yeah, Magulu definitely knows how to shift things around to make it seem something and it's not. But she definitely plays around a lot with her words. But she is playing on a lot of different things with what she says. So there's a lot that's being pushed here, which means she's knowing things than what's being led on here. So that's why I'm giving her a chance. But sometimes she changes things in her words that makes it seem like it's unreliable. But there's just hidden things that she says. It's just the way she plays with her words. She's that kind of playful gesture that just throws things out, makes things funny, make things awkward. But there's just something in between the lines that when you catch it, you'll know what's going on. But that's where you have to pay attention. Otherwise you'll miss it. But most times you're just playing around. Nice.
これ以上僕を怒らせないで。
怒りっぽいのは良くないぞ。
あ、
たまにはカッコつけさせてや
Hey,
れ。
he's like, hey, let the boy act up, bro. This is the spot that finally opened up.
だいぶ馴染んできた。
何が？
あなたの力がです。いい感じに制御できるよう
Yeah,
に
so
な
what
って
I
きました。
decide tomorrow will be up to me. I might not stream tomorrow.
もう倒れたりしないね。
I still got a lot of work,
ま
other
すま
stuff
す
I'm
精
doing.
進しますから。
But if I do
よろしくお
decide
願
to
いし
stream
ます。
tomorrow, I'll definitely give a notice. If not, I'm just gonna be off.
どうかした？
別に。
ああ言えばそういえばボーはエレノアと契約した時マナをつけてもらったんじゃろ。いい名前だったかい？
それは
マナ？
精霊が持っておる古代語の名じゃよ。人間と契約を交わす時に必要な特別な名前なんじゃ。わしも鼻炎風にフューシーカスとつけてやる。
Yeah, that's the name that she said
豚猿と
when
いう
she
意味じゃ。
brought him back
ひ
to
ど
her.
いわね。
これも一種の愛情表現なんじゃよ。
ライフセット、あんたはどんなマナーをもらったの？
それは
もしかしてマギルーみたいに変な名前を付けられたんじゃないでしょうね。不満があるならエレノアに言ってあげるから正直に教えなさい。
違うし、ベルベットには言えないよ。
そんなに嫌がらなくても。
マナーは気安く他人に明かすものじゃない。精霊にとって特別な意味を持っているんだ。契約者以外に自分のマナーを告げることは同性になら命がけの信頼の証。異性に対しては
愛の告白に近いんじゃよな。
それを早く言いなさいよ。は
あ、ライフセットも難しい年頃だ。以後は気をつけろ。
まああれも一種の愛情表現じゃがな。
Oh, you come up behind me, piece of crap. You wanna come up behind me like that? Come on.
やれやれ。
あれは
ドラゴン。
あれじゃな、アルディナ草原のゴーマというのは。
自由に飛んでたがクーマなのか。
地脈点感じた。あっち、あの岩山の上あたりだよ。
確かめてみましょう。行くわよ。勝負。
冷凍
この距離なら外しません。ゼロの方、各本敵退散。遅い。
表面化がそこやピエン連脚。そこだ。ピエン連脚。とどめ。火だらけよ。ゼロインパクト。次。重圧だけ。はあ。そこや。そこだ。ナイス。連脚。そこよ。火だらけよ。ゼロインパクト。もう大丈夫。
一気に片付ける。
Wyvern.
つぶじご。もう大丈夫。
早々に肩をつける。
まあまあですね。
そっちもね。
さばき、そこよ。お見せします。ここだ。決着ですね。
Invention AP. Nice. Yeah, Julian is a character that I'm kind of, I just gave him that name just to kind of have something to start with, but his concept is that of a fighter who, almost like a street fighter in a way, or like a fighter whose elemental is fire, and he can inflame his fists and everything. He's like a fist fighter. Kind of inspired by characters like, even like inspired by like characters like Ken from like Street Fighter and a couple other like kind of inspirations here.
この上だよ。
なんとかして登ろうぜ。
This is where it's at. Okay. Before I go up there, let me go challenge the bounty hunt, the red hunt over here. Oh, really? Most aren't available when it's raining? Oh, that sucks. Goes Peacock King. Nice. Wait, boy, birdie, far away. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome way to end that.
いざそこだピエン連脚そこだエンゲスそこだスーラーヌンテーそこだピエン連脚とどめスカーレットウッチエンゲスリンそこだそこだ参りますオーギスパイラルヘ
イやれやれ。
UA is the only one I believe is available on rainy day due to her synergy being an online friend.
おお、絶景かな。絶景、気持ちのいい景色だな。
絶景には同意しますが、あんまりはしゃぐと落ちますよ。ここ何本も地脈が走ってる。
やはり感じたか。このアルディナ草原は何本もの地脈が複雑に錯綜する場所だ。本来なら大地の変化は数万年単位で起こるが、この辺りの岩山はここ1000年で隆起したものだ。
地脈の流れが地形に影響を与えたんだね。
そうだ。大昔には逆に地脈に刺激を与えて大地を操作する術もあったと聞く。
そんな術が、人間の体でいう壺のようなものでしょうか。壺を押すと血流が整うみたいな。
強引な例えだが似たところがあるのかもしれん。もっとももう失われてしまった技術だがな。
にしてもアイゼンは何でもよく知ってるな。
いや、知らないことだらけだ。現に俺はここに咲いている花の名前も知らない。だからこうして旅をしているんだ。
アルディナ白草よ。
この白い花の中？
ええ。昔弟が図鑑を見せて教え、一株だけだとすぐ枯れてしまう。すごくひ弱なけど、何株も寄り添うことで互いをかばい、厳しい自然の中でも。だから花言葉は人の絆。
人の絆。
覚えておこう。お前の弟が教えてくれたことだ。
忘れないわ、私も。
ここ僕が感じてた地脈点だ。
クーマもいないし結界もないようですね。
また外れかな。
決めつけるのは早いわ。あいつが結界を破ったか、声量が制御しきれていない可能性もある。
あり得るな。ドラゴンは最強のゴーマだからな。
問題はドラゴンがクーマかどうか。
そこね。予定通りストーンベリ
やれやれ、一番の問題は敵がドラゴンという。
行くわよ。そこよ。ついじゃと。そこよ。外れた。天に届け。ついじゃと。そこだ。そこだ。そこだ。そこだ。貫け。じゃあ。赤く染まるのか。ブラックセーラーソーバー。バイオレットハイク。痛みはなきに越したことはセーラーソーバー。拍手じゃ。セーラーソーバー。皆まで言うな。
Oh, that's my first all divide in a while. I know you can use those points from those mini games to buy or purchase an all divide. Yeah, that one has a certain creature there for hunting, so I'll have to deal with that. Finally finished Chinese Lion Dance Capsule Twitch. Nice. Speaking of toy collection, I was gonna collect these figurines. Like I got one of them that I think I told you about from like Demon Slayer, and it's I think it's Zetsu. I think it's Zetsu. It's the one with the yellow robes and everything. Yeah, it's him eating on like a nice little, like one of those rice cakes, and you can get like a collection of them. I got it from Amazon. I plan to try to get to the whole collection, where it's all of them like eating the eating like rice cakes and stuff, and they're all sitting down in their own way. So you can get a lot of them collected. So I got one, so I can get the other. I can have like a row of them like sitting right there and like looking at it, like, yeah, I got a row of Demon Slayers with rice cakes and stuff.
さーて、警視庁がいそうな場所といえば
宿屋を当たるのが定石だな。
よし、ブルーベリーいっぱい集まった。
そんなに集めてジャムでも作る
Yeah, I'm
の
gonna be
か？
wrapping up in a moment. Just kind of
鶏
going
に
through
食べ
this
させる
and
の。
stuff.
それで紫色の黄身の卵を産ませるんだ。
できないだろ
う。できるよ。黄身の色は餌によって変わるって
言われてみれば。庭けど
またオートから人が来るようになったでしょ。
Purple A.
珍しいから高く売れるんじゃないかなって。特産物ができれば村。
それはそうだけど売れるかな。紫の目玉焼きとか紫のオムライスとか紫の親子丼とかができるんだぞ。お前食べたいか？
珍しいから売れるもん。自分で考えないくせに文句ばっかり言わないでよ。
悪い、俺も手伝う。
なら玉虫をいっぱい捕まえてきて、鶏に食べさせて玉虫色の卵に挑戦するんだから。
鶏も災難
Like
だけ
shine
ど
goes what?
了解。
のんきな村ね。
しかし当たり前のようにああいう挑戦をする人間のすごいところだな。
ああ、失敗を繰り返しながらいつか全てを成し得るかもしれん。
Yeah, I like that. Though we may stumble countless
と
times,
はいえ
we can
紫や
achieve
玉
whatever
の
we
シ
set
ー
our
ルの
mind
卵は
onto, which
勘
is
弁じゃ
correct.
がの
They may be correct in humanity. You can stumble, but they will still work to achieve what they can. Marvel of humanity.
ストーンベリー付近はね、ラズベリーやストロベリー、
Sarcophagus
ブルーベリーとい
superstars
った
collection.
ベリーがたくさん取れるの。食べきれないほどのベリーの実が地面に落ちて、
だからストーンベリーっていう名前。
そうよ。だからこの辺りで採れたベリーを使ってジャムやスイーツ、グミを作ったりしてるの。
ベリーのグミ食べたことないな。
ジャムやお菓子はもう出荷もしてるんだけど、ラズベリーグミはまだ試作段階だからね。
残念だな。
そこの畑の野菜も何か特別なものなのか？
鋭いわね。近くの山で見つけたんだけど。
見た目はうまそう。
そうなんだけど、皮と目に強い。毒さえなければホックホクで甘いし、バターも合うし、さっくり揚げても美味しい。
だったら加工して。
そうなんだけど、今のままじゃかなり厚めに皮を剥かない。げんこつくらいの芋を剥いて食べられるのが卵の黄身だから今品種改良をしてるのよ。いつかは毒を薄皮1枚くらいに抑えたいわね。
毒なしの芋にしようとは思わないんだ。
毒なしにすると虫がつくし、暑さ寒さに弱くなるの。無害無毒ならいいってもんじゃないのよ。芋も。
ストーンベリーの開拓はなかなか進まないけど、この町は大きな可能性を秘めているよ。ここらの樹木は育ちも良くて材木に最適だし、近くでは石材もたくさん取れる。ゴーマ病が収まればきっと国は再興するし、木材や石材の需要は間違いなく高まる。何より静かだし綺麗な水場もあるし、僕のような職人には最高の仕事環境さ。
最高で最高というわけじゃな。
でも街を開くには人手が足りないように感じますけど。
そうなんだ。この町をもっと人々に知らしめるには何か名物が欲しいと思うんだが。
この辺りでしか取れない野菜とか果実とか、そういったものはありますか？
ラディッシュベルという芋を作ってるけど、これはいろいろと訳ありだしな。
人を集めたければ金を鳴らせばよかろう。ここには金のある木があるぞーっての。
なるほど。鐘楼は悪くないかもな。ストーンベリーだけに石の金ありだな。
なしでしょ。
え？
石を叩いて音なんか出ないでしょ。
そうだった。ああ、まだまだ自分は未熟だ。落ち着いて物事を考えろと教わったのに。親方の名を汚さないためにも精進せねば。
さあさあ見ていきな。
Oh, the character has learned to get rid of an act of art. You can perform it by pressing the mystic art button during the casting. Oh, okay.
久々にローグレスに行った帰りにバケツの水かぶってるみたいな大雨と吹き飛ばされそうな強い風が吹いて真っ暗な空から嵐の塊みたいなでっかいやつが飛んできたんだよ。
空飛ぶ巨大なゴー。
そしたら隠れてた大魔師たちが出てきてそのゴーマと戦い始めたんだ。でもそいつは大魔師の剣を角で受け止めて尻尾で大魔師の体をなぎ払って。
角と尻尾。
そのゴーマはどこへ行ったの？
知らない。あまりにも恐ろしくてすぐにそこから逃げ出しちまったからさ。清涼が退治してくれてればいいんだが、大魔師3人がかりでも一撃でそうだ、その時もう一人誰かいたような気がするな。
あいつか。
あんたたちもアルディナ草原に行く時は
十分
注意した方がいいよ。
Told this dragon to stop. That sounds like a command in some way for that command to work. Something about that that's really catching my attention. Let's see how it goes. We'll find out this dragon, Savid, and everything. Finally finished it. The one I needed was one or two SRs, and I got a few of the one of them until now that I finally got the one I didn't have. My mind went, what? Trying to read that sentence, I was like, oh, wait, what? I think I had no idea what you're talking about.
この辺りの
I had
水
no idea
は
what you're talking about.
浸水
You were talking
作り
about
に
the
適してい
stuff
る
you're
ん
collecting.
だ。私はここで新しい浸水を作ろうと思っていてね。
この辺りの特産からするとベリーの
いや、このひんやりとした空気。
この辺りの地形からすると米の浸水を
あんたたちの言う浸水は。
だが、
そう、茨姫はエメラルドの樽にレーザーの光を浴びた翡翠の色は
光醸造ってことか。
だが
樽のように
それで
石で
この先の山をすると果実浸水の旨味を残したまま無色に透き通った。
それ飲ませて。
残念ながら10年かけてようやく一口目は私が飲んでしまったから、あとを私が生きている
50年後に
お互い人間じゃなくてよかったな。
Sorry, that's hilarious.
Zabida.
There he is.
よう、副長。
誰かを待ってるの？
いや、あいつとの願掛けさ。
あいつ？
行くぞ。ここに警視庁はいないようだ。
いいのかよ、俺を放置して。
誰にも邪魔をされたくない時間がある。
ピー。
願掛けって何のことだろ
う。ザビーダが飲んでいたのは茨の森だった。
ああ、大切な人と飲み交わせば永遠に添い遂げられるというロマン無双な一
だがめったに手に入るもんじゃない。俺も一度飲んでみたいと思ってるんだが。
きっとザビーダにとって特別なものなんだね。だからアイゼンは。
そんなんじゃない。
ベルベットさんですね。
Deep.
あんた
Very
ね
deep.
例のゴーマの目撃者は来る途中空を飛ぶ蛇みたいなドラゴンを見た。あんたが見たのも？
はい、同じゴーマです。あいつの巣はアルディナス草原の岩山の上で。
岩山には行ってみたけどいなかったわ。
戻ってくるのは雨の日だけです。
雨の日だけか。
あつらえたかのように雨が。嫌な予感がビンビンじゃわ。
わかったわ。もう一度行ってみる。
であったにゃ。
今急いでるのよ。
急いでるならまさに渡りに船。あんたたちに石板にゃ。
なんで石板？
あ、まさかそれはレアボード。そう遺跡で見つけたのにゃ。この石板は大昔にノル民族が作った地脈を滑る乗り物にゃんだけど、僕には使えないからあげるにゃ。
ノル民族が作った。意外な上に不安だな。
バカにするなでふ。ノル民族も時々はすごいんでふよ。レアボードはノル民族が名前を告げることで起動して大地を駆ける不思議なボードでふ。素早く移動できる上、弱いゴーマなら蹴散らせる。ほとんどまぐれでできたと言われる傑作なんでふから。
ああ、なんかすまん。
ではビエンフーがいればその乗り物が使えるんですね。
一応そうでふが。
お主のマナを告げればいいのかえ？
マナじゃなくてノル民族の名前の方でふ。
名前ってビエンフーでしょ？
こいつらには本来マナとは別にノルミン何々という名前があるはずだ。アタックやチェイン、アクアなどそいつの特別な能力を示している場合が多い。
ビエンフーやグリモワールはまあ芸名みたいなものじゃな。実のところ本名はわしも知らんのじゃ。本当は何ていう名前なんですか？
それは
急いでるのよ。はっきり言いなさい。
ノルミンブレイブ。
Norman Bray, huh?
あ、浮いた。
いやいや、それよりも
あなたブレイブっていう名前だったんですね。
Brave, huh?
似合わんのビエン。だから言いたくなかったんでふ。
I actually don't mind that name, buddy. I think it's a cool name. Brave.
それがレア
Although
ボ
I
ー
don't
ド
know
は
the meaning of that name, so I'll have to check the meaning to see if it's
こ
actually
のボードには
a good
肝心
meaning
の
or not.
地脈流の情報が入ってないようなのにゃ。だからまず各地にある地表と地脈の接点である地層樹を探し出して、レアボードにその土地の地脈情報を記憶させる必要があるのにゃ。
地層樹。
ここの場合はあそこにゃ。
了解。あれを見つければその地域をレアボードで移動できるようになるのね。
Oh, cool. Quick travel with this, okay. give this a shot. Huh. Oh, that's what's needed to travel to. Okay. Oh, but you will not be rewarded with experience or gall by doing so. You start counters will on a G by using a dark bottle. Okay. A dark bottle is going to help us. A dark bottle on a G board by using a dark. Yeah.
槍とか長くて恐ろしいの。よっぽど伸びてるじゃないですか。わんさか髪をばらまくもんじゃ。そっちも増えてる気がするんだけど。
なるほど。これは便利ね。
うん、すごいし楽しい。ちょっと癖になっちゃいますね。
なんか同じ距離を全力疾走。
どうやら俺たちが楽する分
だとしてもこのボードは戦略的に使える。多少の疲労は覚悟してもらう。
そうね。気合い入れな。
お主ならできるぞよ。ブレイブ。
一気に飾ってる。そこだ。そこよ。そこよ。とどめ血だらけよ。ゼロインパクト。そこよ。追加と。そこだ。食らい尽くせ。そこよ。とどめ血だらけよ。ゼロインパクト。とそこよ。増銀パス。天にとどろけ。はあ。演劇リン。そこよ。追加と。
覚悟もなしに立ちふさがる。
ものすごい汚れを発しておるわい。
つまりクーマじゃないってことか。
このまま引くわよ。無理にこんなのとやり合う理由はない。
Is there something on your mind there, Aizen? Yeah, there is something, isn't there?
おう、やる気か。
There's something with that dragon. There's a reason why he's doing this.
そうです。戦ったらただじゃ済みません
Even
よ。
earlier when he stared at that dragon flying, there's a reason.
あ、すみません。
And David earlier saying a prayer. I think there's something with this dragon.
もうやるしかないぞ。
Oh boy.
余計なことを。
こんな修行相手はそういないぜ。
気を抜くな。しくじれば一撃だぞ。
それがいいんだよ。
とどめ、ワランクテレーサー強靭。
襲撃ヒット。この距離なら外しません。ゼロの方。
Let's see what's up.
連なれシンクル。そこよ。
三の方。そこよ。捉えられまい。一の方。ケルマ。
そこよ。連なれシンクル。冷凍10円。
捉えられまい。生きるか。
天のよけピエン連脚。
一の方。捉えられまい。
レイジンライサン。そこよ。
一の方。死にさせん。
決定。そこよ。ピエン連脚。冷凍。
やはり波のゴーマとは手応えが違うな。
倒せるのですか、こんなやつを。
何としてもやる。それが俺の。
Whoa, there goes David right there. Yeah, he knows this dragon.
相変わらず殺す気満々だな。全部知ってるんだよな、お前は。
That used to be someone, wasn't it? That dragon? Is there something about it?
守りたいの？そのドラゴンを。
ドラゴンじゃねえ。
P. It's someone you
聞かね
know.
えならこっちもマジになるぜ。
Oh no. Ah.
くそ、逃がしちまった。
ひでえな。久しぶりに会えたって。
待て。あのドラゴンは、お前の。
あいつをドラゴンなんて呼ぶんじゃねえ。
The question is, how do they become a dragon?
なるほどの。あのドラゴンは喧嘩屋と因縁のあるもののようじゃな。
因縁って相手はドラゴンですよ。
だからじゃよ。
だから
ドラゴンは汚れに侵された精霊の慣れの果てだ。
Oh my.
さっきのドラゴンは
That's what it was.
サビーダの知り合いだった精霊。
So they were a Malik filled with so much malevolence that they turned into a dragon.
精霊も人間のように汚れを発するっていうの。
Yeah, do they?
いや、精霊が汚れを発することはない。だが、汚れを出す人間やゴーマに接し続けていれば、
What?
ドラゴンになってしまう。
What?
ボーは生死の溝から地脈に飛ばされた時、調子がおかしくなったんじゃろ？
なった。
あの空間には汚れが漂っておった。神主へ送られる途中のものが。
That's right, that's correct.
だったら僕もドラゴン。
It would have been affected.
器を得ても防げないのですか？
影響は軽減できる。精霊の大魔師どもは、さらに精霊の意識を奪うことで、ドラゴン化を防いでいるようだ。
So that's why they did that.
完全なものなどこの世に
But
はない。
nothing in this world is
ドラゴン
guaranteed.
になった精霊を元に戻すことは？
ゴーマと同じじゃよ。二度とは戻れぬ。
精霊だった時の心は
お前にはどう見えた？
それは
それでも殺せないザビーダの流儀の理由か。
あんたやザビーダがドラゴンをどうしようが興味ないし、好きにすればいいわ。けどさっきみたいに巻き込まれるのはごめんよ。覚えといて。
わかった。
ならいいわ。さあ、クーマ探し続行よ。タイタニアに戻りましょう。
今の話が本当ならいつかはドラゴンになっちゃうのかな。僕やアイゼンも。それは
Now there's just added more info to me about Malex. They can be affected by malevolence if the vessel, whoever they're tied to, the person they're tied to, has malevolence so strong, so influenced that it passes on to them. And then they get affected by it. Crap. Is that tears, bro? Is that a symbol of tears, man? Oh my goodness. Now there's just added more info for me about Malex. The thing about Malex, I did not, I was like, because the one thing, it got me thinking, like, here's another thing. It was kind of weird, because when I saw Eisen look at the dragon earlier, I was like, he was staring at it, and I was just like wondering, like, I didn't say it because I wasn't sure. So I was like, I just wanted to keep my mouth shut, just like, well, let me just see what's going on here. I didn't want to jump to conclusions too fast. And then, as I don't recall it being mentioned before though. When, like, I think, no, it was mentioned. Didn't Eisen mention it when, at some point, didn't he mention it when, it was when we first found him, and you know, Laphicet was a Malik, and I think somewhere around there, wasn't Eisen that mentioned it before? But then this is the first time they're hearing all of this. So what did he say before? Was it him that said it, or was it the Abbey that said it? Or was it during the occasion when the Abbey, when we were facing Artorias for the first time and the Abbey was there and they mentioned something? So I'm trying to remember a good recap. When and where do you recall it was mentioned before? And was it, I don't think it was mentioned in this great detail, because the characters are acting like they haven't heard it. So I'm thinking, what detail was mentioned before? I don't remember him mentioning all this detail, especially with the way the characters are acting. I didn't hear it. So maybe it was mentioned briefly for a moment, but it wasn't mentioned all the way. So maybe it was mentioned either during the occasion when we first met Eisen and Laphicet was like a Malik, and then stuff was being explained along the way, or it was when we encountered the Abbey with Artorias for the first time. I'm trying to remember when exactly the point when it was mentioned. When they fought Malachor, there we go. That's when it was mentioned. Because what he said, what was said during that instance. There was something that was said, but I don't remember the exact words though that it was said. That's what I'm trying to remember. What was the words that he actually said? When they explained the malevolence. When they explained the malevolence, they talked about how human beings were affected, but I don't know if they mentioned that Maliks were affected. That's what I don't recall them saying that. I recall them saying humans were mostly affected, but maybe the hint was that was mentioned briefly was that humans get affected and so do Maliks. They don't generate, but they can be influenced. Maybe something along those lines. There we go. It's just, this is the first time where it's mentioned more in depth. That's the correct way to say it. What just happened now is the first time when it was mentioned to be in depth, period, to the point where they become a dragon. That's the first time that's being mentioned. So that's not what's been mentioned before. That's new. But the stuff that was mentioned about it being influenced, them being influenced, that was probably what was mentioned before. Externally, so to speak. Yeah. Because Malevolence cannot, they don't have, yeah, they're not able to generate, what is it? They're not able to generate malevolence on their own. They can't do that. Only humans can do that. But because of who they tie to, right, but what did he say? That's what I want to know. Not just what he did. I saw it, but I was like, did he say it? That's what I want to know, if he said it. So I had an idea there might have been an influence, but I didn't know how bad it was or how much it was. So I only had a little info there. So I was trying to be careful. I didn't want to jump to the wrong conclusions. So I didn't know if he said anything. But what I did see is that he did have some influence. So I could tell that maybe there was an influence, but I just didn't know what it was at the time. But I think it was because of it's one of those, is like, yeah, as soon as I noticed, it's like there was an influence, but I wasn't sure how it was. It was, and then now it got more in depth at this point. Sometimes I look at auctions, but I also try to look out for words too, because sometimes some words might be said along with the actions that gets it more clarity. Otherwise, I might make a mistake. But that's just me being cautious, because sometimes, you know, I might get it wrong, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not how it is. So I don't like trying to guess too quickly. So I have to be careful. But that's just me being cautious. Then again, I might be a little bit overly cautious, and I might have actually gotten it right. I just didn't really think it was. That could also be another thing too. But here's what I can recall from the incidences that took place to the point when it got to the explanation of malevolence. So here's what I will say. Over time, after meeting, you know, finding him, meeting Aizen, and then learning a little bit about Malevolence, a little bit. Then when Melchior came in and did what he did, I had a sense that there was an influence, but I didn't know what to pinpoint. I didn't know if it was like, oh, did he have some sort of spell? Like, I didn't know exactly how it worked. I didn't know what was, yeah, like, I was still, like, observing. And then, over time, I'm seeing things happening, and so my conclusion came to be, like, okay, maybe Malevolence, they exist outside of humans. Humans have malevolence, Malevolence don't, so they obviously couldn't generate it. But could there be some kind of influence? And then when it got to the whole dragon thing, finally, then it's like, okay, so they do have an influence, but the person has to be enough to do it. Yeah, no, I didn't say he said he turned them to dragons. That's not what I said. I said, at this point, now I find out they turn into dragons. I'm not saying he said turn into dragons. That's not what I said. I said, what did he say? I didn't say if he said he turned into dragons. I was wondering if he said something, but I didn't know if it was but it wasn't going to be dragons. That's what we just found out now. But they can be corrupted by external forces. That's what he said. Okay. Yeah, I know he didn't say about the dragon part. That's the part I just found out now. But I was just wondering what he actually said. Where's the You didn't say I said that? I was reading your sentence. You said, you just told me, he didn't say they turn into dragons, but they can be corrupted by external. Oh, so because when I read that, I thought you were, that sounded like, when I read that, I took that to mean, it was like saying that I might have accidentally or came out and said that he said he turned them into dragons. That's what I concluded from that. But since you said what you said, no problem. You didn't say that. I just took it to mean that way, but if that's not what you said, okay, no. But they can be corrupted by external forces. Let me see. So I gotta return. So I gotta return back here. Okay. I have to go all the way back.
準備はいいわね。ついてこう。ついてこう。このね。ついてこう。ここだ。このね。ヒートレッド。
これが死神の力だ。なんだ、なんかの冗談か。
Yeah, it's also kind of ironic now that I think about it. It's kind of ironic, really, because you know, I was looking at his attack just now, called Draconic Drive, and I see the same blackened, flowing energy that's through his attack that the dragon just has around it. Kind of weird. I just noticed that. Yeah, no problem. You didn't mean to take it that way, for sure. Sometimes, you know, you try your best to communicate. Yeah, I didn't mean to be taken that way. This is the problem with communicating to text versus voice. I understand, bro. You're good, bro. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, bro. No worries, man. You're good. I know you didn't mean... Because you already told me. I was like, yeah, oh, no problem. I know you didn't mean... Oh, come on. Get away from me. Stop chasing me. I know you didn't mean it. Yeah, no words. I think it's like so many... You get a lot of text messages, and you try to piece info together, and you get one after another, and it's like... Yeah, text doesn't really convey tone and all. I guess it just depends on like how the texts down the road continue, and then at some point, depending on the state of mind of people, like sometimes text can still be read. But the funny thing is, text can still be read with emotion, like even if the tone is like plain, you know. And that goes with text messages, period. Like you can read a text message on a phone, and you know, we see this a lot, and we know how this is. When you get text messages on a phone, or anywhere, like you're going to end up having like some emotional reaction, even though the text itself doesn't convey emotion. The only thing that conveys emotion is emotes. So only emotes can do that. Yeah, only the emotes can do that stuff. But like when it's just the message, it may not communicate the tone. But I think it's just that when it comes to like, I guess depending on what info's being passed along, it might get interpreted a certain way, and then that's what ends up happening. I mean, this is just what dealing with text messaging is, pretty much. The problem saw I corrected myself when I because I admit it, yeah, like when I say, and I communicate to my best ability, like if I tell someone, hey, when I heard you say this, or when I saw this message, I took that to mean, that's me saying this is how I interpreted it, and this is how I concluded, and then the person can then let me know and say, well, that's actually not what I meant to say. I actually meant to say it like this. Like, oh, okay. Then never mind. So that way I get feedback, so I know if whether or not I heard correctly or I heard wrong, or I read correctly or I read wrongly. Oh my goodness. So you mean to tell me I have to travel all the way over just to get that Tatiana again? Please. Why? Oh my gosh. Now keeps your external forces, external things. That does help with the delay and the time it took to type out and reach you. One of the things I'm gonna try to, well, I don't know if it might help. I've been telling my dad, my pops about this for a while. I'm thinking of getting some kind of extensor. There's such thing as a booster that you can get for network. See if maybe if I can get like a booster or something for where I'm at when I stream, because I wonder if that could help make the connection more expanded to my spot, if that makes sense. So like that way, because I wonder Well, I don't know if that will solve it, but it's just me kind of thinking of what to do because that delay thing is really, really weird.
アイゼンさんにお手紙っす。
手紙？
もしかしてこの前の手紙の返事、なんて書いてあるの？
天知る人知る我が知る。貴様の鬼畜な所業を悔い改め。
お前何やったんだ？
知らん。差出人も書いてない。
誰がこんな手紙？
恨まれるのを気にしていたら海賊なんてやってられん。
そうだよな。
それより例の物は
パルミエの方は発送済みっすけど、ノル様人形は難航してるっす。すみませんっす。
ノル様人形って？
大昔に4聖種の精錬で配られてた人形で、4つ全部集めると幸せになれると言われたそうっす。現存するのは赤、青、緑、黒の4個だけらしいっす。情報もほとんどないし大変なんすよ。
聖種の人形ということはイズルトで売られていたアメノチ人形のようなものなのでしょうか？
似てるらしいっすが、あんなアンニュイじゃなくてげんなりうんざりなんかそんなのっす。はんなりじゃろ。あ、そうそれっす。はんなりっす。
はんなりですか。
海賊が神頼みの人形を集めたわの。そんなものが死神の呪いに効くのかい？
別に本気で信じているわけじゃないが、万が一にも本当ならあいつは安心して暮らせる。
あいつ？ねえ、アイゼンが手紙を送ったあいつって女の人なんだよね。
なんだよお前、そういうことにも興味が出てきたのか。
違うよ、恋人とかそういうことじゃなくて、すごく大人
I'm
に見
just
え
thinking
たっ
if
てい
there's
うか。
a way to maybe do something about that. I'm not sure. Look at that.
アングルな妹だ。
アイゼンには妹がいたんだ。
Okay, there we go. Now he says
たっ
it.
た一人の家族だ。訳あって離れて暮らしている。
そりゃあ兄貴が死神ではの。
マギル。
そうか、それでアイゼンは。
アイゼン、ノル様人形を探すの手伝うよ。
いいのか？よろしく頼む。
ベンウィックたちが犬
Oh,
派
that's
か
cool.
猫派
That's
か
awesome,
で大
man.
喧嘩してたんだけど、そこまでの問題かな。
I don't know why that delay happens.
この世界にそれ以上に危険な対立はないワン。戦争の陰に犬派と猫派の争いありじゃよ。両者の間には浅いが埋まらぬ溝があるのじゃ。むしろ喧嘩で済んでラッキーじゃぞ。
そうなんだ。みんなはどっち派なの？
わしは迷うことなく猫派じゃぞ。魔女の使い魔は猫と昔から決まっておるでの。
私は人間と共に規律ある生活ができる犬の方が好きですけど、猫も可愛いし好きですよ。
ロクロは？
しぐれが好きだったから猫は好かん。だが主君に尻尾を振る犬はもっと好かん。
同感だな。餌と引き換えに芸を覚え尾を振りすり寄り、やがては遠吠えさえ忘れていくのが犬だ。
そんな言い方ないですよ。人間と一緒に暮らすために犬は歩み寄ってくれているんです。優しさですよ。
だからアイゼンは猫派ってこと？
リス派だ。妹と暮らしてい
He
た
likes squirrels.
近所の森にモフモフしたリスがたくさんいた。
犬派か猫派かの話ですよ。どちらかで話をしてくださいよ。
強いて言うなら猫だな。気まぐれでいて甘える時の愛らしさは妹を思い出させる。
ベルベットは？
犬よ、裏切らないし。
お主が言うとシャレにならんの。
Because I have a cat at home right now, so.
マギルーとアイゼンが猫派。
六郎はどっちでもない派じゃから、坊の一票がこの派閥闘争の雌雄を決するの。清涼の犬を卒業した坊は今度はベルベットの犬になるつもりかい？
そういうことじゃないでしょ。 きな動物がどっちかってだけの話なんだから。
The Abby's
そんな
dog.
に本気で怒っては某はもはや犬と答えるしかないではないか。
だから。
喧嘩はやめるでふよ。面倒でふからここは間を取ってみんな仲良く鼻炎風派ということで手を打ちませんでふか。
鼻炎風派？
時に犬のように誠実で時に猫のように気まぐれな僕ならどちらの派閥も大満足でふよ。
Perhaps Maggie Lou prefers cats because maybe she likes to play the cat herself in a way. If I think the meaning of that is where this is going. That's just my thoughts on that. The way she is just kind of giving me a sense of that. And she said, so you're no longer the Abby's dog to Laffy said, but I don't think she just said that just to be mean. Or I mean, of course she said that to be mean or something, but I think there's just a lot there. You love both? Yeah, there we go. I got that on time. Good. I'll keep an eye out on that delay thing. Maybe the booster. I'll talk to my dad, see if I can get that booster thing. I wonder if that might help the whole thing, so that way we can make these things go on time. Because I don't like the delay thing either. It really, really is a pain in the arse. So, so even I can understand that. Yeah, I think for cats and dogs, I honestly, I did enjoy dogs because of my dog at home who long since passed away. But I also am enjoying my cat as well. So I guess it just will, this is just up to the individual. What you like. I'll deal with that later. Oh, I know that. Okay, yeah, because you had a bit of dogs as pets. Is this your? You can remind me. Is this your first time telling me that? I don't recall. Maybe you did tell me before that you had dogs as pets before. I think you have. But I know about like you go and tend to like take care of some like neighbors' cats and everything. But like, yeah. So you had a bit of dogs as pets. But no cats since your mom's scared of them. Oh boy. You said you might have? Is it mainly like, was it like your parents, like your mother, she owned the dogs for a bit or something? And they were around for a while, then eventually gone. I mean, because if it was a bit of that, I mean, sure, I can understand a little bit of those kind of things.
さすがの死神もドラゴン戦は厳しかったようね。 少し休んだ方がいいわ。
全員な。次の出航準備は進めさせておく。
頼むわ。ライフセット、あんたも。
僕は平気。それより次こそクーマを見つけなきゃ。地脈点の場所もう一回調べてくるよ。
まったく P って結構頑固よね。
Different times of your life, huh? Yeah. That's a good question. Well, I know we at least now come to the understanding. At least I'm glad you caught that ourselves. Yeah, like because I was like, I was wondering, what did he say? Oh, he said that they could be corrupted by external forces, and now it's apparently part of it is human malevolence, from what it seems, or what is now being revealed. So that means that's the case. If exorcists or someone were to have malevolence, the Malachim would end up, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure we did. You know, so much dialogue to go through. But it's good to review anyway. The review is mutual, and the review is great, because at least now it makes it easier to kind of reflect back to like the good old information, so that way it helps the little investigation that I'm doing. So at least I'm thankful for, at least for being thankful for that. So it doesn't hurt to have a little review now and then. Because the one thing about RPGs or any games like these is the lengthy dialogue and everything. Sometimes it's like there's so much dialogue and there's so much you go through. Yeah, I saw your message. Yeah, there's so much you go through. So sometimes it doesn't hurt to have a little review just in case. especially NPC dialogue stuff, you know, sometimes can gain a lot of. It's funny, NPC is NPC dialogue, but sometimes even that has a little something in there. So it's like most of the main dialogue is, and cutscenes are things to focus on, no doubt. Doesn't mean that like some dialogue for NPCs or some little dialogue from side stuff has no significance. They even might have some significance too. So it's just all this kind of stuff. It's just like what do we focus on?
無理をしすぎるなよ、ライフセット。
ありがとうけど僕がクーマを探せるかもって言い出したのに全然ダメで。ねえアイゼン、精霊の力を強くする方法ってないの？
お前には教えてもいいだろう。
Something else you about to reveal.
大半の精霊は意識を封じられて大麻師に刺激される道具と化している。
Right.
だが精霊は本来人の祈りを受けて人や自然に加護をもたらす存在だった。
精霊は人間に祈ってもらうとすごい力が出るってこと？
Like they were a god.
ま、中には加護が反転して不幸を与えてしまう俺のようなひねくれ者もいるがな。
そうなんだ。でも僕に祈ってくれる人なんて。
Buck the system and bring misfortune to divine
無駄じゃないわ
grace.
よ。対しぐれ用のオリハルに入ったし、ドラゴンとだって戦えるこ
I'm
とが
gonna
分かった。
take a note of that.
ベルベット。
次はどこに行けばいい？ピ。
ノースガンド領。ヘラビーサの北の方に大きな地脈点があるよ。
分かった。
I'm definitely gonna take a note of that.
俺はすぐに出発でも構わんぞ。
私もよ。
Funny how he said that with like a little smile.
祈りとは崇めるという意味じゃない。
Okay.
精霊に向けられた。
Oh, earnest, wait, earnest thoughts and feelings directed at you.
僕はもう祈りを持ってるんだね。
Intriguing. Not actually like, let's pray to them. No, earnest thoughts and feelings directed at you. I'm going to take a note of all he just said there.
目的地はヘラビーサの北、フォルデス遺跡のあたりですね。今までの情報と照合するとクーマがいる確率は高いと思います。今度こそ
ヘラビーサ港から向かうのが最善だな。
前に大騒ぎを起こしたから町に入るのは難しいかもな。
ベンウィック、ヘラビーサは今どうなっている？
前に俺たちのボラードだった商船組合はガタガタだよ。けどなぜか清涼の管理も弱まってるみたいだ。救援物資を運ぶ不定の船があるみたいだから輸送船のふりをすれば入り込めると思う。その物資を横流しすれば新しいボラードも見つかるはずだし。
救援物資か。呆れた自作自演ね。
だからこそつけ込む隙もある。
そうね。その策で行きましょう。
了解。速攻で用意するよ。
エレノは清涼の大魔師たちは刺激してる精霊に祈ったりしないよね。
制約のこととは違いますよね。
制約って自分に特別な規律を課して限界を超えた力を得る術式でしょ。
ええ、簡単に言えばそういうことになりますが、
人の祈りを受けて精霊は人や自然に加護をもたらす。人間に祈ってもらうと精霊は強くなるってアイゼンが教えてくれたんだ。
祈りと加護、そのような話は初めて聞きました。以前の私がそうだったように、清涼の大魔師にとって精霊は術技を使うための道具に過ぎません。
やっぱりそうだよね。
でも聖主カノ主は別です。大魔師は皆聖主の大いなる力を信じ崇めています。そればかりか、この国の人々も聖主の救済を願っています。アルトリウス様の導きのもとに。
あ、だからなんだ。
ボーはからくりに気づいたようじゃの。
え？
アルトリウスが清涼を聖主教会の内部組織にしたのは、人間の意識をカノ主に向けるためだった。人間たちがアルトリウスを英雄視したとしても、その向こうにカノ主の存在を感じるように。
世界中の人たちがカノ主を信じて、その心が祈りが集まってるってことは、カノ主の力は
聖主教を人々が信じなくなっていたこの数百年間とは比べ物にならないほどに高まっていると。
そうじゃろうの。制約も祈りも加護も傲慢化も、この世の沙汰は心次第。心とは実に便利で難儀な魔法の力じゃ。
私たちは本当に世界すべてを相手に戦いを挑もうとしているのですね。
エレノはそんなに困った顔しないで、頑張って強くなるから。僕を信じて。僕だって精霊なんだから。
ライフセット、なんだか急に頼もしくなりましたね。
そうかな。
そうやって照れるところは可愛いですけどね。
どうしたの？顔が赤いわよ。
そんなことないの。
I got some glasses there, huh?
アイゼン、手紙をもらうってどんな感じ？
なんとも思わん。むしろいらんな。こんなものもらっても嬉しくもなんともない。これは亀人からの請求書だ。どうした？お前も手紙が欲しいのか？
うん。僕には手紙を送ってくれる人も手紙を送る相手もいないからね。
ライフセット、あなたにお手紙ですよ。
本当に？誰からだろう。差出人はビエンフ？
僕からでふよ。そろそろ手紙が欲しくなる頃だと思ってしたためておいたでふよ。嬉しいでふか？
うん。
That's cute.
ありがとう。
では僕が読んであげるでふ。背景、精霊ライフィセット様。貴殿、ますますご清聴のこととお喜び申し上げます。小生もおかげさまで変わらぬ日々を過ごしております。
ビエンフって普段はあんなだけど本当はしっかりしてるんだな。
マギルー姉さんの衣装のアイロンがけ、ボタン直し、お帽子と長靴下の手洗いが日課なのはご存知の通り。先日などマギルー姉さんに最近お腹のお肉がいささかふくよかではないかと忠告申し上げましたらば、眼中軒下に逆さずりにされ、危うく星のるみになるところでございました。あまりの辛さに小生、頬を伝う涙を止めることができませんでした。
やっぱりビエンフーはビエンフーなんだね。
というか自分のことしか書いてない上に自分で手紙を読んでますし。
でもありがとうビエンフー。手紙っていいものだね。
貴殿の優しさにまた泣けてきたでふよ。
Oh my gosh. I'm just noting this down anyway just because it's funny. Yeah, when I bring that book, that's me noting it down. I'm just being funny. Of course, I'm not going to note it down. I'm just kind of looking at that. You're yelling already. Drinks from her, so I won't yell at you. So just be honest. Yeah, but you know you will. Unless I want this. He's like, see, you're yelling already.
ヘラビーサへの届け物はすべて積み込みました。あれだけ積めば疑う人はいないでしょう。
新しいボラードに心当たり。
どこの誰ってのは分かりませんけど、最近はヘラビーサの漁師の羽振りの良さが
漁師か。救援物資に燃料と浸水を多めに入れておけ。浸水は
琥珀浸水の12年ものですよね。ヘラビーサの船乗りは琥珀浸水に目がないそうで。
ダイルの情報か。抜け目ないな。
情報量だと1本。みんななんだかんだで一目置いてる。
2本目を持ち出したら。
はい、こっそり。
物資は積み込んだ。
早いわね。
働き者じゃなきゃ。
エレド
どうしたのモアナ。
それが母ちゃんの夢を見たんだってよ。
お母さん、モアナのこと怖いって怖い。モアナはいらないって言った。
お母さんはそんなこと言いませんよ。
あ
あ。なんでエレドアにわかるの？
それはわかるからわかるんです。
なんか嘘だ。
ああ、泣かないでモアナ。
私は
まったく、これだから子供は。
子供じゃない。ベルベットなんて嫌い。
はいはい、そうね。
全然そうじゃない。お母さんがまだお母さんが泣き疲れて寝てしまったわい。
気が済むまで泣かすしかないのよ。理屈じゃないんだから。
ずいぶん慣れてるんだな。
まあね。うちのラフィーはしっかりした子だったけど、それでも小さい頃は時々こうなったから。さあ、今のうちに出発するわよ。
殿下、ダイル、モアナを頼みます。
頑張ってみる。だが裏のない子供の相手は政治より難しいよ。
王子とトカゲじゃ母親の代わりにはなれないしな。
うん。 I know there's also much to Eleanor's backstory regarding what happened to her experience with Malevolence, and I think something about her where she lived, something happened and got attacked and everything. And so he also has stuff that she's been dealing with. Oh boy.
いつになったらテレサ様の代わりのタイマシ様が派遣されてくるんですか？
近頃は町のすぐ近くまでゴーマが出て不安でたまらないんです。
お察ししますが、我々は別の任務でノースガンドに来たのです。
前に来たタイマシ様も同じことを言って北に行ってしまった。一体北に何があるって言うんです？
まさか清涼はメディサの件で私たちにも罰を与えているのですか？
メディサ。
そのようなことは。任務がありますので失礼。
大魔師が町を素通りして北へ向かっている。妙ね。
Mount Killers。
サイカが来て以来何もかもおかしくなっちまった。
サイカって？
この町をめちゃくちゃにしたゴーマのことさ。何でも食らう腕を持った
The whole, remember the Lord of Calamity
知らないん
statement?
ですか？サイカはここだけじゃなく王国中で暴れ回っているんですよ。姿を見て生き残った者はほとんどいないとか。
へえ。
サイカに船と港を焼かれたせいで商船組合は解散状態。貿易ルートもよその港に奪われちまった。貿易はこの町と生命線だったのに。
町を捨てる人も増えたし治安も悪くなってゴーマ病もひどくなっているんですよ。つい最近も小さな子供がゴーマになって。
タイマシたちは何をしておるんじゃ？
責任者だったテレサ様はサイカに負けて左遷されちまった。新しいタイマシ様が何人も派遣されてきたが、ほとんど北にある遺跡に行っちまうんだ。や
っぱりメディサがあんなバカなことをしたせいよ。
メディサ？
よせ、よそ者に話すか。
本当にどうなっちゃうのかし。
以前のヘラビーサとはかなり状況が変わっているようですね。
聞き込みをして現状を知るべきだな。
そうね。特に清涼と北の遺跡。
北の遺跡は地脈点かもしれないからわかるが、メディサは何？
勘よ。なんか引っかか。
そういう感覚。
サイカとやらの情報はいいのかい？
結構よ。そいつの癖までもう知っ。
エレノア様、大丈夫ですか？市民の言葉に心を痛み。
大丈夫です。気遣ってくれてありがとう。あ、でも涙夫婦はいりませんからね。
では、よしよし押してあげます。
それも結構です。それにしてもますますすさんでしまいましたね。
町は焼け落ち、商船組合は解散、清涼も事実上の撤退。まともな港として機能するのは難しいだろうな。
今まで吸っておった甘い蜜を奪われ気落ちするのも仕方あるまいが、蜜同様甘ったればかりの町じゃ。
甘ったれの町？
ヘラビーサはもともと少数の人間が開いた漁村だ。資源豊かな北海での漁業だけで十分商売できる。だが縁石が発掘され楽に儲かる商売の味を覚えると、町の連中はあっさり漁業を捨てた。
そのツケが回ってきたと。ですが近年の気候寒冷化のせいで北海の大半に流氷が広がって漁が難しいという報告もあります。
流氷が微生物を運んだり溶けて沈んで海水をかき混ぜたりするから漁場は豊かになるんだよ。
それはそうかもしれませんが、
町を荒らした俺たちが言えた義理じゃないが、楽な道に逃げて文句しか言わない連中は
甘ったれ。
おう、言うようになったな、ライフセット。
僕のお腹も
甘ったれかも。
それはいいさ。生きてる証拠だ。
北海の巨大大イカは今が旬だ。ベンウィックたちに頼んでおくか？
あと普通のタコも。サイカって僕たちのことだよね。
あちこちで清涼相手に大暴れしてるからな。しかもまた次の騒ぎを起こそうとしているときた。
次のクーマを地脈点から引き剥がせば、モアナの村と同じことが起きてもおかしくはない。
またあの村のようなことが。
サイカの次は何に昇格するんじゃろうの。
笑い事ではありません。
ゴーマになる人間にも汚れっていう原因はある。だがモアナみたいにカノ主の口にされちまってるクーマがいるのなら、お前はそいつを助ければ。
それは
あんたは気にしなくていい。結界をくる。
ゴーマどもが暴れた。
おじいさんも
最近は貿易ばかりだったが、商船組合が貿易港にすることで
貿易も漁業
お金が絡むと分かっていながら復興を機に。
Maybe tomorrow I might stream this game again. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting so much progress. I want to keep making more and more progress. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna try to hold another performance. Oh yeah, there's Black Noir Dome. Black Noir Dome. Okay. Oh, since we're here, there could be that too.
船乗りに続いてその事件の後パタッとゴーマ病伝染病だって聞いてたからそうでもイーストガンドの方清涼にはゴーマ病に効く薬を作ってもらって
ちょっと話を聞かせて。
今忙しいのよ。
失礼します。私は清涼巡察官。この町の管理体制について忌憚のないご意見を。
あら、大魔師様もご一緒でちょうどいい。テレサ様を返してください。あの方がおられた時はそりゃ管理はなのに今はフォルディス遺跡にばかり大魔師様を集めて善良な市民よりあんな偏僻な遺跡が大事っておかしいでしょ。ずっと清涼に協力してきた私。
よくわかりました。本部。
Okay. A lot of information that just came to me at this point. One thing to know is when Eisen said I'm like the something against their divine grace or something. So it's I wonder if I'll keep in mind on that. And what I'm just looking at all the different things, little intricate of things are being said, and then what's happening right now. But being turned to dragons, Malik being turned to dragons, the very moment that the very human-generated malevolence get onto them. That's just crazy. It took that much of an external force, somebody that was that they were connected to, because Malik's they are connected to someone, their consciousness, but the exorcists, they would kind of devoid them of their consciousness, just like what they did with Lafi, just so they would not be affected, which means if any of the exorcists, if they got affected, they could affect the Malik as well. Even so, it just... It's a lot to take in. Okay, bro. I'm gonna rest. I am seriously gonna rest. Right now, my head is fine, but I just feel like my eyes want to just close right now. So, so yeah. I see you, Kay. See ya. All right, bro. Thank you for sticking by. Help me get some nice review of information as always, bro. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for sticking around. I'll try my best to keep an eye on your messages. But I'm just gonna be resting a lot. I might even be taking a long nap. I think it's about dinner time too. I have to see if we have dinner right about now. It's already in the evening point. Might probably already have some dinner ready. I have to check. All right then. Or I might have to cook up something too. That was a nice investigation. The reason versus emotion. Malevolence says human sin and impure emotion. That the peace-giving aspect of what's at stake here is either eliminate what is human or humanity altogether, or suppress it, subdue it. But I say there's another option, and I don't agree with the suppressing aspect, even though that's what they're thinking they're doing. But yeah, my suspicion about Laphicet being somewhere amidst the spirit plane somewhere with a nominat involved, it's kind of telling me there's a connection here. But these are theories, so we'll have to test these out as I continue playing. Okay then, folks. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good night. Have a good day. Good evening. Hit the like button if you enjoyed the stream. Subscribe if you see more. Yeah. As always, take care, man. Have a good one. Peace. And we'll deal with that delay stuff. Try to see if we can figure out something. What we have to deal with. Okay then. Later. Bye.